this blue sign goes up, I know it's live, right? Since you're there, do you want to put the flag up for the flag?
I don't know if I can find it this fast since it's going live.
I have one, but I would have had to log into share my screen.
Hey, Eleanor, Bill may not be able to make it.
Oh,
He's not feeling well.
okay.
Just want to let you know that.
Okay, great. Thank you. Okay.
Is that okay? You heard me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hopefully.
You're on mute.
Yeah, hear you.
Can you hear me? No?
No, Eleanor's on mute, I think, because I can't hear her.
Yeah, I don't hear either.
Really?
No, the count, Eleanor,
Just checking.
or the council chambers.
Okay, how about that? Now it is. Try again. My mic's on. Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, there we go.
Good.
Thank you.
Okay. All right, let's have a call to order. So we are starting with our budget session, open session. Can I have a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here?
Councilmember Horvath.
Here.
Councilmember Gran.
Here.
Councilmember MD. Absent. Mayor Brand, absent. And Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Here. I think we'll skip the salute to the flag and the invocation, and we don't have any presentations or proclamations or announcements. So can I get a motion and a second to approve the order of agenda, please?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please. Councilman, oh, you call.
Okay, you want me to, okay, so Councilmember Nierenheim,
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran,
Aye.
Councilmember MD, absent, Mayor Brand, absent, and Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein.
Aye. Okay, so on to blue folder items. Joe, do we have any blue folder items? Or one of those?
Yes.
Yeah, I think Eleanor's got that.
Yes, so we have J for public participation on non-agenda items. We have about 9 public communications, and then L1, the budget regarding budget response reports. Those are it.
Okay, great, thank you. On to the consent calendar. This is-
Actually, Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein, we have to do a receive the
Can I get a
folder
receipt and
items.
file?
Receive and file. Second.
Okay, roll call, please. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
Okay, we don't have Councilmember MD here, and I for me as well. Okay, thank you. On to the consent calendar. Obviously, this is a chance for the public to ask questions of the City Council, and we will not be able to, Sean, due to the Brown Act. So do we have any consent calendar items, Eleanor?
Yeah, we have 2 of them. One is for the affidavit of posting, and the other one is if we have a resolution, a motion to read the title only. And those are the 2 items, and we have no public comments.
Okay, great. Would anybody like to pull any of the items for the consent calendar? Councilmember Nierenheim.
I'm good, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
I'm debating on pulling H2, but I'm going to refrain.
Come on, let's read it all. Councilmember Gran.
I was debating on pulling H1, but I'll refrain as well.
Okay, and I'll also, by the way, I misspoke. Consent calendar items are not for the public. So I was reading ahead, sorry. And I'm not going to pull anything. So
I'll make a motion to accept both.
okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote, please. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran,
Aye.
and I for myself as well. So motion passes 4-0. Okay, now we're on to public participation on non-agenda items. Do we have any written requests to talk, Eleanor?
Becky, you want to go ahead? We have, you should have received your blue folder items.
Okay,
And then we also have one e-comment.
okay. Do we have to take a vote to read that?
Yes. Well, okay, so the thing is I have a e-comment from Matthew Hensley, which, at looking at it, it looks like it should be for budget. And, but he's already made a comment in the budget section. So,
Okay, why don't we read it?
Yeah, his
Why don't we
comment
read
is budget related. I'm reading it right now.
It is.
Why don't we read it anyway? Just doing it on the safe side. Is that okay? Is it long?
no, well, we time it, so it's got to be 3 minutes.
Right. Is it okay? Do you want to read it?
Go ahead. I'm going to have Vicki Kronenberger read this.
This
Okay.
is submitted by Matthew Hensley. My comment is about a lack of city revenue, any potential tax increase or assessment, and the lack of compromise by this council. And the March 2020 elections in California show there is a growing weariness to approve tax increases. Post-COVID-19, with an economy decimated, there is even less of an appetite now. People's income are affected and a lot of people unemployed and scared. Last December, this council considered a sales and use tax that could have raised up to approximately $7 million per year if passed, 0.75%. Close parentheses. But due to the dysfunction of the council and poor advice to start down that path without knowing that a 5-0 vote would be needed, wasted a lot of time. At the December meeting, both sides, quote unquote, let's do it now, and quote unquote, let's wait and see, were wrong. Last December, in order to secure the 5-0 vote, the quote unquote, let's do it now faction should have agreed to finish the LA County fire study. Even if it showed no savings, as you firmly believe, I believe you would have gotten the proposed sales and use tax on the March 2020 ballot. Both sides need to hold your noses more and vote for the good of the people rather than partake in punching each other on the nose, metaphorically. COVID-19 and all the negative effects show what can happen when you wait and see and fail to hold your nose and compromise. In the current environment, any ask of the residents would be difficult. If a sales and use tax or an assessment for the street and lighting district fee or something else, the city council and mayor need to be able to sell it to its residents why it is important. The earliest any ballot measure could go to the residents is March 2021, when 3 council members are likely running for re-election, as is the mayor. What a great time to be explaining any potential ask of the residents. And hopefully by March of next year, both the economy and residents are back to near full health from COVID-19 pandemic impacts. That would be a great time to have a conversation with residents and explain that even before COVID-19, the city's finances were in a tough spot. But that conversation starts now, even if in this most difficult time, knowing that in March 2021, something needs to be done. Matthew Hensley, District 3. That completes
Okay.
public comment.
Thank you, Vicki.
You're welcome.
Okay, so before we open up the public hearing, I'd like to go around the dais to see who's actually had ex parte communications. Councilmember Nierenheim, have you had ex parte communications?
I have. I've talked to yourself, Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein, and Mayor Brand, and some members of the public.
Okay, Councilmember Horvath.
I've talked with Councilwoman MD and staff.
Okay, Councilmember Gran.
Yes, spoken with staff and also the public.
Okay, Councilwoman MD.
I've spoken with Councilmember Horvath, with staff, and I've sent out a few communications to the public.
Okay, great. And I have spoken with Councilmember Nierenheim, the mayor, and with staff. So can I get a motion and a second to open the public hearing?
Motion to open public hearing for the budget 2021.
Second.
Okay, we'll do a roll call vote. Councilmember Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilmember Horvath.
Aye.
Councilmember Gran.
Aye.
Councilmember MD.
Aye.
And I for myself as well. So so we're going to continue the public hearing from, it says to take testimony. So we'll take testimony, and at the end of this, we'll continue the public hearing to the next meeting, which is next week. So the public hearing is open, and I'll turn it over to Joe.
Yes, good afternoon, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, members of the public, Joe Hefkin, City Manager. I'm going to do a brief PowerPoint. I think Marnie's going to do a screen share. Some of the same material that you saw last week, but since the public hearing's opened, we're going to make sure this is entered into the record. So again, we moved up the budget schedule. This, as you recall, was supposed to be strategic planning session. Given COVID-19, given our budget challenges, we opted to move the budget hearing up a week. So we have today all the department heads, both the appointed department heads and elected department heads, as well as several members of the senior staff. We will do our best to convey the information that's in the proposed budget. The operating budget's really going to be our focus for tonight's presentation. We do have another budget hearing that's really going to be focused on CIP. We can get into CIP tonight, but really kind of the presentation that you're going to have tonight really is going to focus more on the operations side. And then part of your blue folder items were the first 3 budget response reports. There'll be more of those coming. There's supplemental information. They try to answer questions that you may have. We can add to that list. The council's given us some direction for additional budget response reports. So that's our plan for tonight or this afternoon. So next slide. So you've seen this slide before. This is the definition of our budget process in a nutshell, establishing funding priorities in accordance with the city's core values and adopted financial principles. The financial principles are included in your budget document and our strategic plan. So I won't read these core values to you, but we do take them seriously and they guide the work that we do. So budget by the numbers, it's a $96.7 million core general fund budget. That's before decision packages. That's the list of the amount of total appropriations in the proposed operating budget. We've got a $58 million CIP budget. A little bit over $46 million of that is rebudget carryover funds. Close to $12 million is new CIP monies, largely, well, completely outside monies, no general fund monies going into the CIP this year, for a total general or CIP budget of $58 million. We have an $8.1 million general fund reserve. That's a 1-month reserve. That's in accordance with the council's adopted financial principles. We have 432 full-time employees. That's before decision packages. We'll get into the decision packages tonight where we're going down a number of positions, going down 35 positions. Then there's one that's added back in, a different position. So for a net of 34 less positions in the organization full-time than we've had in our current budget year. So it takes us below 400 total employees full-time. We're facing an $8.9 million deficit. You'll recall that it was about a month ago. We were before you. We had it in the $7 to $9 million range. It's closer to $9 million based on the work that we've done. And with the decision packages, again, those are changes, recommended changes to the budget. More reductions than anything else, a few revenue items. It gets the budget deficit down to nothing. So the next couple of slides, we're going to show focus on the revenues. And so I think Marnie and Mike are going to cover those. So was there another slide before that, Marnie, that we skipped over or not? Yeah, okay. So there is one slide that I thought we had. A little bit of, taking stock of where things stand, what we've done relative to our past budget actions and past actions to proactively manage the budget. I'm going to touch on a few of these items. One of the things that we don't talk about a lot, but I think it's particularly important this year, is to keep in mind that thanks to the work of our Human Resources Director, as well as all the department heads, but the police chief in particular, we have a much reduced number of city employees that are out being paid and injured on duty. If we go back 6 years ago, we had 16 employees that were paid but unable to work. They were out on workers' comp leave. Now, 6 years later, we have 6 employees. So more employees out working, fewer employees on paid leave. Most of those are police officers, or they were 6 years ago. We had 9 police officers then 6 years ago that were out on paid leave. Today, by contrast, we have 2 that are out on paid leave. So special thanks to Diane Strickfadden and Keith for their hard work managing those workers' comp cases. Something else, there's a few other things that we've done to proactively manage the budget in recent years. We joined a new risk pool for insurance services. You'll recall, again, another human resources-led project. The change to CSAC away from ICRMA has saved the city in excess of $1 million on an annual basis. Fortunate that we were able to make that change, and those savings continue in this year's budget. We also had a organizational change away from standalone health insurance, and instead we moved all of our health offerings to CalPERS Health. That created savings both for the city as well as all of our employees that have health insurance, savings on the order of $1.5 million. So we feel good about that work. We made a change to street sweeping services last year. You'll recall that's something that we had put a lot of effort into as part of our discussions with Athens Services, our waste hauler. It's something that took several years to put in place, but we were able to transition street sweeping to Athens Services without layoffs, without displacing any full-time employees. And that is being done in an efficient way to create ongoing savings of $425,000 to the solid waste fund. Well, last year we received for the first time, actually the current year, we received for the first time $100,000 from RBUSD as part of shared funding for a school resource officer. That is continuing into next fiscal year, so we'll have benefits from that partnership, something good for the school district and good for the city. Something else that was new last year is Moss Adams retaining a firm to look at our internal controls and financial management practices. It's a work in progress. We have a number of items that continue into our work program for the coming year related to our internal controls and our financial policies and practices. You'll see later that continued funding for additional work for Moss Adams is not recommended in terms of next year's budget and beyond. But nevertheless, we are happy that we retained them. We're, we think, the only city in the South Bay that has taken this look internally at our practices through an outside firm. And so, again, a worthwhile work that was put in place thanks to the city treasurer. Some of our other practices in terms of management of the budget, you know that within the last couple of years, we don't just automatically fill positions when they become vacant. We have slowed the hiring process down. We have not had a hiring freeze, but we have taken stock of every position that comes open, especially last year and this year in light of our financial challenges, doing only the most essential full-time recruitments. It's because of that proactive management that we have a number of vacancies in place that we can look at and consider deauthorizing as part of our multi-pronged strategy to balance the budget. The decision packages will get into the deauthorizations, the reorganizations, as well as the use of transfers. There's a couple of major transfers happening as part of our budget balancing, as well as some significant general fund grants that we're receiving to help us keep the level of service high. So those are some of the things that we've done leading up to today. Had we not done these things, the budget deficit would be many $1 million higher than it is now. It's still a serious problem, still the worst budget I think anyone on staff has ever dealt with. But as I say to the staff, it could be worse. So anyway, the next couple of slides, Marnie and Mike are going to touch on. They focus on the city's revenues and then talking through our approach in terms of dealing with the expenditures. So Marnie and Mike, you want to cover the next two?
Sure. So our major general fund revenues are the four listed here: property tax, sales tax, transient occupancy tax, and utility users tax. Out of those, property tax is the only increase we're seeing, and the increase is very small. We've gotten used to seeing a 4% increase to property tax, and we're only estimating 0.7%, which would bring us to $29.2 million. The reason for the not reaching the 4% is because of anticipated delinquencies and fewer supplemental payments. Property values are based on calendar year 2019. So should these current times result in lower property values, we won't see that for a year or two. Sales tax, as you know, comes from our local businesses, most of which have been closed. So we are projecting an 11.9% decrease down to $9,340,000. TOT is where COVID has hit us the hardest. A couple of our hotels are closed. Those that remain open have very low occupancy. And we are projecting that low occupancy to go all the way through the coming fiscal year, gradually increasing, but starting out at 25% of our typical payments, 50% for the middle of the year, and then up to 75% of our normal payments in the following quarter. We also have our hotels on Marine Avenue that are linked to our assistance with the financing. We are extremely grateful. We got that reserve lowered down to $3 million now because we are looking to be replenishing that during fiscal year 2021. And then utility users tax has changed a bit with people working from home and the businesses shut down. And we're not seeing residential use rise to the level where they compensate for the normal business usage. Overall, our general fund revenues are down 8.4%.
And if I could just add a little bit of color to that, Marnie, if you wouldn't mind backing up, please. Oftentimes we get questions from the public, how do you go about making these projections? What sort of work goes behind the scenes into coming up with the figures? And just to walk you through it on a high level basis, our property tax estimates we derive in consultation with our experts from HDL. We have a contract with HDL. They work with many cities throughout California. We have a staff rep that we meet with periodically. I will say that we have met with her far more frequently going into this budget cycle than we would in a typical year. And we've asked for much more in the way of backup to justify current estimates. Same thing for sales tax. We have a separate HDL consultant that manages sales tax for us. And we have met with, and there's a couple that rotate through with us, but we've met with each of them several times. And candidly, we will continue to meet with them up until the night that you adopt the budget, really with hope that perhaps there's some change or optimism in maybe allowing us to revise these figures upward. We don't anticipate that to be the case, but we will continue to be interactive with them for the next several weeks. The TOT is really the biggest hit to us this fiscal year. We consulted with our various hoteliers through the Tourism and Marketing District. They were very helpful. We had reps from the Portofino, from the Crown Plaza, from Shade Hotel, from our Marine Avenue sites, all of our big TOT generators in the community, and they concurred with our different estimates. We ran several scenarios, and at the end of the day, the general consensus among the group was that an aggregate 50% year over year figure was really the right target given all the uncertainty in the leisure sector of our economy. The reason that our TOT percentage decline, as Marnie pointed out, doesn't tick and tie to a 50% year over year figure is because of the activity at Marine Avenue Hotel and specifically their ability to tap into the authority funded reserve and the subsequent obligation for us to replenish that reserve before accruing new TOT increments. So really, we're getting zero TOT from that campus for the next fiscal year due to the severity of the COVID crisis. So that's unfortunate. But as Marnie pointed out, had we allowed that $8.5 million authority funded reserve to stay where it was a few years ago and not have taken the time to renegotiate it downward, we wouldn't just be looking at zero this fiscal year, but zero for the next several fiscal years. So really important that this is only a one-year concern for us, as the Marine Avenue site generates roughly a third of our annual TOT revenue. And unfortunately, on the UUT side, we work again with outside experts. We consult with our treasurer's office and others. And that's just an area of municipal financing that's been on the general decline, largely due to the way that people purchase services today. It's much different than the old cable box days. Lots of different formats for people to choose from with different and varying levels of tax collection. So the only bright spot here is property tax. And I say that in that it's only bright likely this fiscal year and maybe next. Eventually there will be a whipsaw, and in the outward fiscal years, we'll see property tax decline. As I've mentioned before to this group, we have a lag in property tax revenues as they accrue to local cities like ours. It will eventually catch up unless there's a rapid improvement in the economy between now and fiscal year 22-23. So not a lot of good news here to share. As Marty said, this is really about an $8 million hit to us year over year, and not where we'd otherwise like to be.
So Mike, real quick question for you related to TOT. Sure. So Marnie said we assume zero for first quarter, 25% second quarter. Is that right?
Really, it aggregates out to about 50%. In talking to the hoteliers, they think 25% to 30% of normal this summer. That'll grow a bit in the fall and winter months to about 50% of normal, which are already lower versus a summer season to begin with, just given ADR and general historic demand. And then maybe an uptick in the spring to 75%. So really on an occupancy basis, we're looking at about a 50% factor of normal. But remember, we're also buffered by the average daily rates. While occupancy might be, say, 25, 30%, or even more at, say, a Shade Hotel or otherwise, if they've lowered their daily rate for that stay, that's impacting revenue. So we look at it as 50% aggregate of normal for us in the last fiscal year, year over year. And again, that's after really meeting with and talking to our various hotel folks who, candidly, they're throwing their hands up a little bit too. Their modeling isn't good. There's a little bit of guesswork out there for everybody right now.
Okay, thank you.
So on to expenditures, we are seeing a 1.4% personnel cost increase. You probably expected that to be higher because of the PERS unfunded liability. But that's in comparison to 1920, where we did some one-time employee wage and benefit increases. So those net out to a 1.4% increase. The maintenance and operations expenditures are built into your budget as core, and they are changed with decision packages, which we'll be going through. The internal service fund allocations remain the same as they are currently, and we will update those at mid-year as we do each year. The first year of the 5-year CIP is included in the proposed budget, and the years beyond that will be included in those applicable budgets. And generally, we are flat on our general fund expenditures from the mid-year amounts.
Barney, I do have a question for you.
Sure.
So when we have 1.4% personnel cost increase, does that take into account that we're going down 33 employees? I mean, I don't see how that works.
No, this is before that.
Okay.
Yeah, and
This is the core budget before decision packages.
Yeah, and that's one of the things I wanted to make sure everybody understood, and we get this question a lot when the proposed budget goes out. Every chart you see in the budget document itself, whether it's a mini financial summary, where we break down sort of the revenues to expenses for different business units, or financial table that talks about transfers or existing fund balance, etc. Everything but the decision package themselves reflects the core figures before the decision packages are implemented. So when we look at these things and we try to juxtapose tables and the like, always remember those tables do not include the recommendations in the decision packages yet, because we wait to make the adjustments until you formally adopt the budget with all of its final changes.
Okay, thanks.
So these, so this slide here, let me make sure I'm not muted here. You can hear me okay?
Yeah.
Okay. So we've talked a bit about the decision packages. There's 46 of them. They immediately follow the budget message. We will spend some time talking about those tonight. We have a summary chart that's Roman numeral page 21. Also doubles as an eye test. It's we got a lot of information on one page in terms of summarizing the reductions, which of them are one time, which of them are ongoing, which are general fund, which are other funds. Generally speaking, and it doesn't balance to the penny in terms of how the reductions are put in place, but for non-safety departments, in order to deal with the $8.9 million budget shortfall, we targeted a 15% reduction in the non-safety budgets. For safety budgets, and that includes police, fire, And although not safety employees, we included city prosecution in that as well. It's a targeted 5% reduction. Actually, in police and fire, those numbers come up slightly below a 5% reduction, but even with those reductions, they are significant in terms of what the dollar amounts and the reductions from those departments. The decision packages have a number of deauthorizations, a few reorganizations. There are 2 instances of fee increases that we'll talk through. There is a specific public hearing, your June 16th meeting, where the fee increases will be part of its own separate public hearing. There is a use of transfers that we'll get into as part of balancing the budget, as well as grants that I touched on earlier. And in terms of tonight, and this is really up to the mayor or up to the council, how you want to proceed. What we're suggesting is to go through the decision packages in this order, kind of starting with those that involve reorganizations and changes relative to our IT purchases. That would be the decision packages listed in the top row. Then to touch on the mandates, there's a few that we really have to do to comply with state and federal law. There's a number that deal with reductions that we think you'll want to talk about, and we want to make sure you have the opportunity to hear about those, talk about those, ask the department heads about those. There's 2 that deal with revenue. There's ones that are characterized kind of in the category of health and safety. And then the last section dealing with one-time modifications to the budget. We also have 3 budget response reports. We're just getting started with those. We'll be prepared to talk through those that you just received as blue folder items. So in terms of how we proceed tonight, we can go through the decision packages like this. You can, if you don't want to hear about each one of them, you can instead just ask questions or however else you'd like to go through the budget. We're just sort of suggesting this as a way to make sure that, we're able to convey, what's in those recommendations, and so that you have the opportunity to ask questions or for us to clarify. Next slide is the budget calendar. You've seen this before. The budget's now been out 10 days. It's was issued initially electronically. I think all of you have hard copies of it as well. We've given copies to the Budget and Finance Commission. They have a meeting on Thursday, one of 2 sessions that they'll have. We'll continue the public hearing, as Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein mentioned. We'll continue that for the next 3 meetings of the City Council with the goal of having a budget in place at your June 16th council meeting. So in terms of tonight, you've already opened the public hearing. You'll hear the reports, you'll have discussion, and you'll ultimately continue the public hearing until your next council meeting. And we'll ask that you receive and file the budget response reports, which you've already done. And with that, I'll turn it back to you, Mr. Mayor Pro Tem, and see how we want to proceed.
So can we go back to the slide that shows your recommendations in terms, starting with reorgs and IT changes? Can we go back to that slide, Marty? In terms of your suggestions on how we conduct this?
Sure. The listing of what order to take the decision back.
Right. So, anybody want to talk to this? I'm okay with that in terms of how staff is presenting it. I want to see how council feels about this.
Yeah, I'm going in order here. I'm fine with that. I think it's a good idea. There's some independent questions I have, and there's some background questions I would have to follow up with staff outside of this, but going over them all would be a good way to explain. You guys all on the same path. I'm already fine.
Okay. John, you okay with that?
Yep, absolutely.
Okay, Laura or Christian?
I'm okay with it. We don't have to spend too much time on the mandates, but other than that, yeah, I'm okay with going through them.
Okay. Christian, you okay with that? Yep. Okay, good. So why don't you lead off with the reorgs and IT changes?
Sure. So our first person, it's not going to be just hearing from me and Mike and Marty the whole time. You're going to hear from the departments themselves. So first up will be Chris Benson. Take it away, Chris.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Decision Patch 36, Information Technology Department reorganization. This really is reflective of how things have changed for us over the last really 8 to 10 years, focusing less and less on hardware and more on software support. Right now, we're budgeted for 2 information technology technicians, which is a position that's really focused on hardware, desktop support, and software on the desktop, but really more around peripherals. So what we're asking to do is reclass or change, eliminate a tech position and create another support specialist position, which we already have defined as a position in our department, and shift that work over to supporting software implementations, helping with software implementations. We can do some additional cross-training with that employee now in this new position for software support. And also there's some succession planning with this also, and getting them up to speed on website maintenance, other things. A couple things right now where we have just one person responsible for maintaining software, we can start bringing this position into those systems so there's some backup.
Okay.
And no questions, I'll go on to the next item.
Okay.
The next one I think is Decision Package 40, Information Technology Equipment Replacement. So this is part of our normal program. We have a replacement program. It's on like a 10-year cycle. So we identify equipment in use citywide, enterprise-wide. When we purchase the equipment, we assign a lifespan to that equipment. Maybe 3 years, 5 years, 7 years, even as high as 8, depending on what it is. And for those 8 years, that equipment accrues money at a 3.5% compounded rate until it reaches the end of its life cycle. And when it reaches that fiscal year where it's ready to be replaced, that's when you see us asking for an appropriation from the Equipment Replacement Fund into the Information Technology Internal Service Fund through a decision package. And so this year we had a fairly large program, mainly because we had accelerated our network equipment replacement by 1 year, because we're just seeing signs that this equipment needs to be replaced. I like to say the equipment is talking to us in different ways. It's letting us know that it's reaching the end of its lifespan, not only through where we're seeing failures or behaviors that we recognize that tells us this equipment is getting ready to go, but also because it's reaching the end of its lifespan as far as support from the company that manufactures it. So we've changed it a little bit this year. Normally we would recommend the whole program be replaced, but what we're doing is we're suspending the replacement this year, about $420,000 worth of equipment, and pushing that off. But we are still recommending going with the network equipment just because of the condition that it's currently in. It's an expensive replacement. It's about $1.1 million. That money is funded. It's not something that you have to fund this year. Since it's reached the end of its lifespan, the money is in the Equipment Replacement Fund. It's just a matter of approving the moving of that money from that fund into our department. So the money is accrued. It's not an additional item that we have to budget for or ask money for this fiscal year.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Decision Package 11. The replacement fund life cycle. So these are the charges that like Marnie, Financial Services Director, had stated, we do most of our budget work at mid-year. That's when we take a look at our equipment replacement fund. We add equipment that may have been purchased the previous fiscal year. We remove equipment that was either replaced or is going into service, or we no longer need anymore. And at that point is when our charges for the next fiscal year are determined and then assessed through the next budget. So these are the charges for this particular year in time. All the equipment, each year there's a charge, for its lifespan, where it's in its life. Those accumulated amounts for that year are assessed throughout the departments the next fiscal year. This is separate from the actual replacement of the equipment. These are the charges that build up the accrued funds in the replacement fund that we eventually ask to allocate out when we replace the actual equipment. So what we're doing is this year is in order for us to reduce the pressure on the general fund, we're recommending suspending the charges this year, moving our entire replacement schedule out 1 year. So everything will have a 1 year additional life on it in the schedule, and we will not charge departments this year for these the normal we'll call it annual rent on the fees. So it's a $454,000 to the general fund and about $94,000 to other funds. And it's about just shy of a 19% reduction in revenue to the IT department for those charges for this upcoming fiscal year.
And again, those are like core routers, switches.
This is
servers.
All of the equipment that currently sit in the replacement schedule. That's what these charges reflect.
Okay.
So the amount that we charge each year for to accrue money for the eventual replacement of equipment is a different number than you see us when we ask to move money out of that fund into our budget for that particular fiscal year replacement program.
So much like the vehicle replacement fund, the same type of.
Very similar, yes.
You're accumulating it over years, and then when the time comes to replace the equipment, whether it's cars or hardware, that's what you're doing.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you. Okay, see no hands. So
Laura's got a hand up.
Oh, does she?
Yep.
Oh, okay, Laura.
So it's basically like the depreciation's made to zero, so there's no reason to charge the departments. And so it's really going to affect their internal service funds then.
Yeah, our internal service fund charge, this particular one for replacement, goes to zero. So we're charging them this fiscal year.
Right, okay. And then, so I'm just confirming that's what you said. And so are you concerned though about extending these 1 year? Because one of the things we've learned is that we need to make sure that people, that we do a lot more things automated. And so is this going to affect our being able to do things more online to push that?
No, I don't see this affecting our online presence. This is mostly hardware. There is risk in doing it, right? Because you're pushing equipment out one additional year. 1 year we can manage. If you were talking multiple years, I'd say that would be really risky. And with any of the equipment, if something happens, we'll just have to deal with it. And there's not much else that we can do. If we have equipment that starts to fail, we may have to do, if we have to spend money, we'd have to come to you and say, look, we tried to get this equipment to go longer, but it can't, it's failed. We may have to accelerate some replacement, but 1 year I think is manageable. If you were to go longer than that, then I would see you're risking it, because one of the reasons that we have this program is for that very reason. We would buy equipment, the city would invest money in the equipment, but there would never be any investment for the ongoing replacement. So equipment wouldn't get replaced till it was failing, it was becoming highly disruptive, and the city got tired of that. And in the 2005-2006 fiscal year is when this official program actually started. We were doing some of it in a few years before that, but it formally got started in 2005-2006 for that reason.
Thank you.
So Chris, what percentage of the transactions and the other things that we do that Laura's referring to is done in the cloud versus say done at our data center?
Well, for So for our online presence, most of our online transactions are taking place in front of our Tyler Technologies financial system.
Okay.
It's all software, although the hardware is virtual for that. It is on site. Our financial system is not hosted in the cloud. It's too expensive right now to do. So it makes more sense to use our own virtual cloud here on site. So we've invested in a virtual infrastructure just last fiscal year. We have a brand new one that'll be in place for about 5 years. But the back end hardware is virtual.
Okay. So the software license is held behind our firewall, but most of the serving is done virtually at Azure or wherever, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, it's actually served out of IT here.
Okay.
Because the software system lives here in our virtual environment on site.
Okay, got it.
It's effective.
Okay, anybody else have any other hands up? Nope, I don't see it. Okay.
Yeah, so next up will be Marnie Ruland, who'll cover decision package number 37. Before Chris goes, I just want to, acknowledge him. I don't think there's anybody at City Hall that's been affected more with the public health crisis than Chris. Chris and his team are working in a way that's supporting all of us, and really want to publicly thank Chris for everything that him and his team have done during the time where many of us are telecommuting, and a lot of demands on IT. So nobody's questioning what are our overhead charges for. They all 100% feel like they're getting excellent value this year.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Chris.
No problem.
Marnie?
Sure. So decision package number 37 is a proposal to outsource our animal licensing function. We've been looking at this for several years now, and this seems like the right time to implement it. There are two that provide this service. The county provides the service, and so does a company called Pet Data. So we would go with one of the two. Come January, we have an anticipated retirement in our department in the licensing function that would be retiring in that time frame. So the savings are just for half a year. The savings from doing the outsourcing come not only from the reduced staffing, but they also come from increased compliance with the company being paid based on the number of licenses. They have a great incentive to do things like canvassing and whatnot to increase our compliance with animals being licensed. And we also would reduce our costs in postage for mailing out notices and supplies involved with that. So we would look at savings of about $45,000 for the coming fiscal year, and then double that in the following fiscal year when it's for the full year.
So Marnie, I have a couple questions related to that. One is the company that's outsourced, they don't use the data from the licensing for marketing purposes, do they?
We'll verify that, but no, I don't believe so.
Okay, and the second question I have is, have we considered doing this also for business licensing?
So I have looked at that over the years, but recently came to the conclusion that that's not possible. With all the enhancements we're doing to the community development programs and getting them up and running where they can issue permits online and things like that, that system relies on the data from business licensing. So if we were to take away that data, they would be hamstrung.
Okay, and we couldn't share it with them, right? The data? If somebody was on,
Not in the same fashion. Of course, if we did outsource business licensing, it would be our data and we would have access to that, just not, I can't think of the word for it, but simultaneous. They go to a different source to look at it. It wouldn't pop right up.
okay. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. Yeah, I got a couple questions. So, yeah, regarding the data, so it's going to be on their web portal, I imagine. It's not going to be on a portal that we have internally or that we will maintain. It'll be on their site, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, let's make sure that, like Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein was talking about here, we really want to make sure that data is number one, secure. And B, we have full access to that, and that they're not scraping at any of the data and reselling it or doing. We want to make sure that data is being kept private and secure, and they're not using it for any other purposes. That's
Yeah, we
important.
can do that. Just so you know, though, the data we have doing it in-house is subject to public records requests.
Right, I'm fine with that.
And we do get those a lot, and you can tell that they are using them for marketing.
Okay. Yeah, there's nothing we can stop that from happening. I understand. I just want to make sure that they're not taking this data and then turning around and easily selling it to the world, just making it one step simpler.
Yep.
And then that they can get hacked into very simply, and all that data is gone. Well, not gone, but out there. The other thing is enforcement. So you just talked about a key thing I wanted to bring up. Now, are we going to give them enforcement capability to go out there and actually start giving tickets, or are we going to just simply have them out there and they're handing out information sheets at all the dog parks and wherever else along the way? What's that going to look like? Because that's very key. That's one thing I wanted to bring up regardless.
Yeah, the ticketing would remain with animal control, our employees.
So what are they going to be doing that's different than us?
Basically, notifications. Just letting them know you need to have a license.
So, I mean, yeah, I know myself from experience, the city does not do a good job at all at reminding people once they have a license that needs to be renewed. And so they're going to be doing all that renewals, and they're going to be sending out those mailers and information then?
Yes.
Is that, okay.
Yes.
So they won't be proactively going out there and getting new licenses and new dogs, and there's new animals on the system?
They claim that they do increase compliance just through their notifications.
Okay.
One thing I can add is, having had some experience with outsourcing this, what you'll see is if it's a private firm, that they'll make contact with the veterinarian offices. So, they'll contact the vets so that, if you make them aware of the dog licensing requirements, and, that would, encourage people to, get their licenses done. So they'll be asked by more than just by us, but by their vets as well.
Right. I mean, I wanted to bring that up as a separate thing. Make veterinarian services. Torrance has that, where if you bring your dog in and you're from Torrance, you need to have a dog license in the city of Torrance. If you're in the city,
Torrance does use pet data.
they use pet data. Okay. Okay, so that's I'd like to see a little bit more aggressive approach, whether it's just from a public information campaign or it's going out there physically, like on the Esplanade, and handing out flyers. It's a lot of money that we've lost through the years. I think it's down by 50% or 60% the amount of dog licensing registration fees. So this is a huge area where we can recoup some of our costs and monies that we have lost through the last few years because of whatever reason it is. But I think it's something that we definitely need to move forward on and be aggressive about too, whether it's education or enforcement or both, whatever it may be. So that's all I have to say right now for that, and I'd be in full favor of that moving forward. And keeping that in mind, if we need to add anything to that contract, to make sure that they're proactive as possible.
Right.
Thank you. Councilmember Horvath.
Yeah, so I concur with everything that's been said thus far. So the county and Pet Data, they both do this, or both are incentivized to go out and canvass and try to find new pet owners to license. Is that how I'm hearing you explain that, Marnie?
Right.
Okay. Well, I mean, I think that's great, and that actually leads back to a concern we all expressed when we were talking about dogs in parks and stuff like that. So this actually could be a beneficial item to the point Councilmember Narenheim was making. Marnie, I just want to go back to something that Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein mentioned when it came to business licensing. And so you would say, you answered his question saying it wouldn't necessarily work in the same way. I'm just curious, do we have a scenario set up to look at how many businesses are listed in Redondo Beach using NAICS codes, the NAICS codes, and cross-referencing that with how many of them actually have a business license here in Redondo Beach? Because I think there's a lot of, like myself, right, a home-based business that maybe don't have a business license, but they should technically. And I'm just wondering if we have anything set up to ensure that we are we're getting the revenues for business licensure as we should.
So we are hoping that will increase with our coordination with community development. But we don't have tons of staff to go out and add that, as a task on its own.
Okay, yeah, no, and I'm not asking for staff to go out. I'm just saying, and it may even be a conversation to have down the line where IT and financial services work together, but it's just cross-referencing what do we have in our database and against the NAICS codes for what is already existing out there. And I have a feeling that there's probably going to be a whole host of businesses that are not necessarily licensed. So
Definitely.
good. So, food for thought. Okay, that was all I had. Thank you.
Okay. I don't see, let's see, Nils, you still have your hand up. I guess you don't want to lower your hand? Or are you interested in speaking again?
I'm good. It's down.
Okay, thank you. All right. Next decision.
Yeah. Next up is Chief Kaufman to talk about decision package 38, the police department reorganization.
Good evening, Council. Decision package 38 would make permanent the temporary reorganization that we did in the last fiscal year on the pilot project that was run through the city attorney's office and the police department. If you remember back then, the amount and the span of control and the accountability and the efficiencies necessary, what we proposed was the reorganization of the police department into 3 police captains instead of 2. That primary reorganization being a captain that would now run the Special Operations Bureau of the department. That's seen the most growth in the police department since I've been here. Our Special Operations Bureau handles our homeless outreach. They handle our school resource officers, community affairs, all of our different detectives, special detectives, our traffic division, parking, animal control, and I'm probably missing a couple. Before, the span of control was way too large for the police captains. And so the thought here is to make permanent the reorganization, and that can be done by defunding a records manager position. With the 3 captain reorganization, one would be in charge of special operations. That would be the new position. The second would be in charge of the Patrol Bureau, and the third would be in charge of support services. That redundancy in having a support services captain with a better span of control will allow me to reduce the positions in the Records Bureau and defund the records manager position, ultimately realizing a cost savings of about $47,000. This would be done by promoting a lieutenant to captain, a sergeant to lieutenant, but not a police officer to sergeant. I know this becomes very confusing, but the goal there is because in later discussions, we'll probably be talking about the defunding of some other positions or the freezing of some other positions. And this will allow us to keep the greatest amount of accountability and efficiency with the greatest amount of officers on the street.
Okay, great. I don't see any hands up. Okay. That's it. Any other questions? Nope. Thank you, Keith.
Okay, next up will be John LaRock, who will cover the first two mandates, decision packages 1 and 2.
Good afternoon, City Council. John LaRock, Community Services Department. Decision package number 1 is the escalator that's included in the transit operations contract that you approved 2 meetings ago with Transportation Concepts. This is largely driver costs, but other operating and maintenance personnel. It's all included within the transit fund, which is not a general fund or a city fund. It is funded by external sources. And then number 2 is the annual escalator for the 1922 Artesia offices that are shared by Community Services and a small police department satellite office. We annually pay that rent. It goes up with an escalator every year. Of note in the decision package is the inclusion of an engineering analysis during the fiscal year 2021 season that will look at the redistribution of the staff that's housed at 1922 Artesia throughout other city-controlled facilities to essentially eliminate what is nearing $250,000 a year annual rent, so we can take that off the books on a permanent basis. So we will do that paperwork over the next year, and then obviously report back to you at some point on our options. Available for any questions. Thank you.
Okay.
I got a question on that, actually.
Okay.
John, we have the monies that are being set aside or being used for this. We're putting the money out first, correct?
To pay for the Artesia lease?
On decision package number 1.
I'm sorry, yes, that's the city's transit fund.
Right, so we put the money out first, right? It comes out of our general fund, I would assume?
No, it does not come from the general fund. It comes from the transit fund, which is fair allocation procedure. So we get funding from Metro largely, fare box revenue, FTA funding, and other sources based on various Measure R and Measure R funds to operate transit. There is no general fund money for the transit center or the transit operations.
What I'm saying is we put the money out first, or do we get the monies from these different places?
Those funds are allocated directly to the city, and from there they are allocated to expenses. There's no general fund washing without.
There's no backfilling is my question. I want to make sure it's exceptionally clear. There's no backfilling from our side.
That's exactly correct. Just like the housing funds, they are straight from an outside source and are allocated once awarded.
Right. Okay. That's what I want to make sure I cleared up on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so thank you, John.
If I could, Councilman, before we move on to decision package number 2, a point of emphasis here, and it's noted in the narrative, and you'll see CIP, and we'll cover this in maybe more detail in 2 weeks. But there is an appropriation of funds to begin the exploration of a relocation of that space, as John mentioned. And that is a multi-year exercise. It's not something we could do in any single year. If it were easy, we probably would recommend that to you now. But you should note that because if that's a policy initiative you'd like to see us carry forward, we need to start that effort through the CIP this fiscal year with hopes of down the line achieving those operational savings and perhaps moving off of Artesia Boulevard, which has its own implications for that neighboring community. Just want to emphasize that. That is a key policy point in our CIP this year.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up. I actually had that written down. Actually, we were just talking about number 1. But yes, number 2 is I wanted to see what it would take to if we're letting go all these employees, if we have room at our current city hall to house those employees, and what the contract length is on that location. So basically, that's what we're already doing. We don't need a budget response report or anything for that. We're already going down that path of saying bring that back in house.
That's correct. That's effectively what the needs assessment and sort of exploration money in the CIP will be used for, to explore places to house our employees fully and effectively relocate those services.
Okay. And what's the contract length on that building? How much more term do we have?
I think we have, what, 4 years left, John?
4.5 years since your approval in January of the extension.
Okay. And remind me again, I don't have it in front of me. What's the total? The 245 is the total amount per year that we pay per year?
That'll be the total for fiscal year 2021. And then for the following fiscal years through 4 years, you'll have an annual escalator. It's about 3.2%, memory serves.
Okay. How many square feet roughly is that place?
I think it's 22,000 square feet, if memory serves.
Okay.
It's big.
And how many employees do we have there?
There are 18 full-time community services employees here. 4 of those are also operators, so they are in and out of this office. Depending on the time of year, we will have between 10 and 30 part-timers working here. And then you also have child development classes that go on, so that's a population of up to 35 children plus instructors. And then the police department presence averages about 2 officers on an in and out basis based on calls.
Okay, so there's a lot of activity going through that building where you're currently reporting directly from.
We're trying to do our work, yes.
Excuse me, you said 22,000 square feet?
If memory serves.
It's a big building.
That includes the parking lot, because that's,
Okay. The parking lot.
yeah.
Yeah, I didn't realize the building was that big, but yeah, okay.
Okay.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right. I don't see any other hands. So John, thank you. Okay, next up.
Next up's Ted Simon.
Thank you, Joe. Mayor Pro Tem, council members, decision package number 3 is our annual solid waste rate adjustment, and it impacts our residential customers. Public hearing is scheduled for next Tuesday. That's when you'll be conducting it for the rate adjustment for the fiscal year 2021 period. The rate adjustment is actually based on last year's City Council's approval with the first amendment to the Athens contract. That was a 9-year amendment. The amendment actually included a 5-year varied rate increase plus the annual rate adjustment. That variation was 7% for the residential customers, those that use carts, and 14% for the commercial customers. Decision package itself is to identify adjusted payments based on the rate changes to the residential customers. It's about $390,000 projected for the 2021 fiscal year. The actual customer, the solid waste rate is collected through the county assessor's office. And therefore, we have to pay Edison in advance. I mean, not Edison, sorry, Athens. We have to pay in advance on a monthly basis for all the residential customers. And then we recover that from the assessor's office on our biannual receipt from there. So I'm available for any questions you may have. And that really pretty much washes out to a zero net gain at that particular point.
Okay. I don't see any hands. Oh, Councilman Ehrenheim.
So remind me again, maybe you just said I didn't quite understand. Who is the ultimate payer of these fees? It's not Athens, obviously, right? It's the ratepayers?
No, it's not a fee. It's actually the cost for the solid waste collection. So on the residential, the cart systems, that the single family residential or the smaller 2-unit that has them, they are paid for by the city to Athens Services, and then the city collects them through the property taxes, tax rolls, I should say, by the assessor's office. So we recover those costs 100%, and that's what the decision package does, is it allows us to fund the money up front to Athens, and then we receive those funds back from the assessor's office.
Right. We went over this a few months ago. I remember this now. Okay. Thank you. That was it.
Sure.
Okay. Thank you, Ted.
Absolutely.
Okay, next.
Yeah, so the next category of decision packages are all associated with the expenditure reductions recommended as part of our proposed budgets. There's 25 of them. They include both departments that report to me with appointed department heads, as well as recommended reductions by me and Mike and Marty for the elected officials departments. So this will be an area where you may hear some different information. You'll hear something from appointed staff, and you may hear something slightly different from elected official staff. Just to kind of get us started, I'd like Mike Wazansky to maybe cover the next from items 6 through 10, and then if the elected officials have additional information they want to share, the treasurer, the clerk, or the city attorney, that's what I'd suggest. So Mike?
Sure. I'll start with decision package number 6, which involves the city manager's office. This is our 15% reduction. It includes really a combination of 3 things: elimination of our existing budget for part-time personnel at the rate of a little over $25,000. It reduces our contracts and professional services budget by $110,000. We're in large part able to do this this fiscal year because of our success in renegotiating the rate with our federal lobbyists, as well as making some cuts to other service areas where we have traditionally provided the organization professional support. And lastly, we are cutting, like many of the areas here, a significant amount of our travel, training, and materials and supplies budget for about $44,000 of value. The total department contribution from a reduction in savings standpoint is a little over $179,000. Unless you have any questions, I'll move on to the next one.
I do have a question, Mike.
Go ahead.
When you say it's $179,000 reduction, is that based off actual numbers, or is that based off mid-year?
It's based off budget, and it's based off the portion of the budget. This is true for all departments. The portion of the budget that is controlled by the department, meaning the combination of salary and maintenance and operations. So each department was given a target scenario figure, and each of those figures were calculated removing internal service fund charges and other contributions through the ISF system. So we didn't feel it would be fair to ask departments to contribute 15% of their aggregate value when they really have no control over the internal service funds expenditure that's affecting their department. So that's why the cuts you'll see, and this will run throughout the scenarios, are predicated on the value of the salaries and maintenance and operations monies within their departmental budgets.
So you said, again, you're comparing it to last year's
core budget. So not last year's. So what you'll see in last year's
proposed approved budget.
Exactly. So last year's numbers might include some one-time appropriations that aren't part of core ongoing costs. So this is calculated based on core budgets, not necessarily what was in the 1920 fiscal year operating budget.
Okay. I have 2 hands up. One is Councilmember MD.
So in that, what are some examples of that? I have no problem with us doing the cuts, but what does this actually mean on this line item? Like, are we taking away some of our conferences we go to? What is it that's actually being taken out of here?
Yeah, so, and I'll get to the mayor and council budget here in a second, which is decision package 7, but it's similar in this regard. Yes, it's effectively cutting our travel and training budgets by about 50%. Now, we felt comfortable recommending that this fiscal year because given the COVID crisis, it's likely that many of our traditional conferences won't even be available to us in the first half of the fiscal year, may not even be available to us in the second half of the fiscal year. So we felt that that's a fairly prudent recommendation. But yes, it's about a 50% cut, and this goes to the mayor and council budget as well on decision package number 7 to travel and training within the department.
Thank you.
But I would add also, it's not just a 1-year reduction, it's an ongoing reduction. So, so And there's a part-time staff position that has been in the budget, hasn't been filled, an intern position that would be defunded. As Mike said, for the manager's office, the lion's share of this is the savings associated with the new contract with the federal lobbyists. So we have funding both for Michael Arnold as well as the new contract with David Turch. So those would continue even with these reductions. So I just want to add those couple things.
Are you saying then that our conferences would be impacted in future years as well too beyond this?
They would. I mean, beyond it, if there's a scenario to spend beyond the 50% value, so in the mayor and council budget, to get into the weeds, that's going to leave you all about $18,000 collectively to spend for travel and training. Your current budget is over $36,000. If there is a need beyond that amount in, say, 21, 22, and subsequent years, there will need to be subsequent appropriations to cover those expenses.
Okay. Because those are important in terms of doing outreach.
For sure.
We have a lot of people there and we compare notes and we learn a lot during those seminars.
Yeah. And that's the thing. This is going to be a theme throughout all of these. There are no easy cuts here.
Yeah.
These are done lightly. They're after a lot of thought, deliberation, painful sort of concern for what comes next. There isn't a cut on here that any department head or any division head wants to see occur. It's across the board, and that's in large part how this budget hangs together. It's every department doing at least a share of what needs to be done for us to achieve some savings here.
Yeah, and one of the ways we could do it is still attend the conferences, but perhaps stay at a less expensive place rather than where the conference is held. It's important that we do reach out to our fellow mayors and council people as well.
For sure. And conferencing is going to change, in the kind of new COVID environment. It's certainly next fiscal year. Hopefully after that, things will return to some level of normalcy. But I mean, next fiscal year, I think the money that's remaining will more than cover any need. 21, 22 could be a different story.
Okay, great. Are you finished, Laura? Councilmember Grant?
Yeah, so Joe actually answered my question. I was going to talk about what is part-time staffing, knowing that that's in both 6 and 7, but thanks for answering that already.
Yeah, and just to add to that a little bit, historically, we've used that staffing for community marketing, community outreach. It's been a combination of interns over the years where we've developed and helped develop perhaps new analysts in the organization. Don't misunderstand, the fact that we've held it vacant is really more of a symptom of budget than it is need. We've looked at this as an area that we can cut, but in an ideal world, we'd staff it with folks that could come in and help us out in that regard. So, but right now, given fiscal resources, we can't afford it.
Thanks.
Nils.
Thank you. I was going to ask now, I was going to do this later on, but I'd like a full breakdown of both of these decision packages, number 6 and number 7, as 2 separate budget response reports to see exactly what's being cut down. It's still very nebulous, number 1. And number 2 is I'd like to see a line item as to what these monies, it's the first time I've heard that we had certain budgeted amounts, $36,000 for conferences, and we've actually been spending on this stuff. I think it's like Mayor Pro Tem Lowenstein said, it's very important. I know you guys have the importance there too. And I think it's vital really that we see our own budget. I mean, I didn't even know we had this much available there. So I'd like to see BRR for both those individually. And I'd like to see as well as the line item budget that we use for at least for the mayor and council and mayor, both of these offices.
So just to be clear, you want a breakdown of each of the cuts on a line item basis, or do you?
Yeah, that would be good. And then I want just a macro of the two. Like, we have, I think it's $780,000 for the city manager's office. I want to say.
On a department basis, that it might be even more than that, depending on how you're looking at the budget. But yeah,
I mean, like the mayor and council, we have I forgot the exact amount that we have in there. This is something that really affects us personally, and I couldn't tell you what's in there on the budget. So yeah, I'd like to have those two separately broken out.
And it sounds like you're talking about it sounds like I'm hearing travel and training in particular, or are you talking contracts, materials and supplies and the like? Because your new budget, remember, has by department additional line item detail.
Yeah,
Each of the expenses.
Here, let me open it up. I don't believe I saw, on the mayor and councilman, for instance, I saw, that line item detail, which was good, but, there's.
Yeah, it's page 104.
Yeah, I'm on there right now. Yeah, special department supplies, $36,000. I don't know what that is. Is that actual the training?
Oh, that's separate. That would be more like food for council meetings, promotional coins, proclamations, things like that. Training is below it as a separate category. It's
right, 37,000.
Yeah.
And we can see that it's significantly below what we've been budgeting. Our actuals are significantly below what we've been budgeting.
Right.
And so just doing a straight cut to that, I don't, doesn't seem much sense to me. If we do it in half, that's a 50% cut. That's a massive cut. So I'd like to see those broken out more, because that's something that we individually as a group can control. And talking about, cell phone allowance. For instance, who gets a cell phone allowance in mayor and council?
I don't. Renee.
That's probably your staff assistant is eligible for that benefit.
Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see that all broken out on a more granular level, especially that one.
Well, we can certainly break down, and really what that is more of a historical look at your spending from a travel and training standpoint as a mayor and council. I mean, that's where you'd see that detail. We could do that for special departmental supplies as well, if the council's interested in that kind of information.
I'd like to see it, yeah. Those are two large items. Okay.
That's all I have. I'm good.
Okay, Christian.
Do we have, so as it relates to this, do we have any policies already in place? So we do have travel expenditures that are reimbursed if we're traveling to a conference or whatnot. But in the cases of a last minute one-off or something like that, do we have any policy decisions in terms of what we can and should be using money on, and or if we're going to be booking travel to go to Sacramento, that it should be done as far in advance as possible to save money versus, spending money at the last minute that costs more for tickets. I'm just curious because, we conservatively give ourselves a cushion to allow flexibility, but do we have anything in place that we're just not aware of and that we can be more astute about, in the coming year, so that we're not just flippantly spending down?
Sure. We have an APP on travel and training, and it's ultimately supervised on the staff side by Joe, and it's vetted through the department heads. Every travel request is pre-approved, and there's a vetting of where they're staying. Is it consistent with our hotel lodging rates and travel and food and the per diem allowances that are provided through our program? So there are some very specific rules that our staff follow. In terms of your latter question about impromptu travel, the need for perhaps lobbying or Sacramento trips, particularly for you policymakers, that one we've given you some discretion on, and said, look, if we think it's in the best interest of the city, not all trips can be pre-planned, so there is some spontaneity required. But certainly our goal is to try to achieve the best financing and price that we can, and ultimately, we do our best to save money there. And our actuals historically have been within our budget, but that's your ultimate guide. Once that money's gone for travel and training, there really shouldn't be any more of it for that fiscal year without a subsequent appropriation.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just, in this new virtual environment, we've clearly seen that we can do things that normally would have required a face-to-face meeting. Now we can do it virtually. So I'm just curious. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, just for the public's knowledge, most of the conferences we attend are within driving distance, whether they're down in Carlsbad or up in Santa Barbara. But as Christian mentioned, there are times when we jump on a plane and go up to Sacramento to meet with our elected officials or a state agency, and it's important that we're able to be able to do that. And so I think, Mike, you've said that that's the case. So,
if I may, it's not up to Mike and Joe to give you leeway. They can't, because you're elected officials. You have an ordinance that sets out what you can do. It's 2-3.1301, and you can amend that. It's up to you. If you can amend that to, cover however you want it to cover exigencies and to cover best practices. Thank you.
Was the League of California Cities conference supposed to be in Long Beach this year?
Long Beach, yes.
Okay. Well, probably won't happen anyway, right? The way it's going. So, okay. Laura, you had your hand up as well? Or are you finished? Okay. I guess you're not there. All right. Next item.
Yes, so that takes us to mayor and council, and as I mentioned a little bit earlier, it's similar in that it's a combination of cuts of existing part-time staffing, again, which would flow with the sort of combination intern public relations staff that we've had historically in the city, and then a significant cut of $53,000 to travel, training, contracts, and others, materials and supplies. So it would affect things like the food that's provided prior to council meetings. It would affect our ability to buy promotional materials for community outreach endeavors, and it would affect, as we just got done talking about, your travel and training resources.
Okay. Are there any questions? Okay.
The next one involves the clerk's office, and I don't want to speak for Eleanor, Steve, or Mike as it relates to their personal feelings and impacts on with these various items. This is clearly the city manager's recommended budget, so I'll give you the high level scenario, and if you have detailed cuts regarding impacts, certainly feel free to call on them, or I'm sure they'll speak up as well. The clerk's office is a combination of part-time staffing reduction. You'll see a theme in a lot of these offices, as well as a reduction in maintenance and operations, money for supplies, training, and postage. So a lot of these departments, including the city manager's office, mayor and council, over the years, we've taken cuts in these areas. To say that we are all bare bones is probably an understatement. We have trimmed in a variety of areas. None of these are easy, but again, in the spirit of trying to share the impact across the organization as widely as we can. This reflects this $50,000 reduction. The clerk's office reflects the 15% scenario for her department. I know, Eleanor, anything you want to say?
Just that, yeah, we're down, we're pretty much bleeding now, but, yeah, the training, we're actually bringing it down to about 80%, because, I mean, that's, we had some training, and so we're probably going to have about 1,000 or so in there, so it's really, really slim. That's it.
Okay, any questions? Yeah, just a question for you. Why is the city treasurer budget up from actual a couple years ago? I see that city clerks is down quite a bit. City attorney is down. So I was just wondering, I mean, it's not a lot. It's about 70,000 from 2018, 2019. Is there something
from actuals? Well, yeah. It may be that there were expenses in that department for one-time expenses, whether it be audit contracts or other things that were actually spent in 18-19, but are no longer in the core operating budget. So we might be working off of a reduced core number. So when we appropriate monies via carryover action, meaning there was some leftover funds and we transfer them to the next fiscal year because of ongoing projects or carryover items in operations, or if there's a special appropriation for a specific type of activity that might be 1 year in nature, a single year look at an actual may differ than what's in the traditional core budget. So that's a snapshot in time, and if there are questions about historic spending, we can provide more detail. you'll see in one of the budget response reports, several of you over the last few months have asked for some type of metric, some historical perspective on where our staffing has been, how we compare to our neighbors, the cities that we've used in our various assessments. So one of the budget response reports talks about historic staffing, talks about our budgeted, our general fund budget compared to some of our peers on a per capita basis, gives you a sense of what our number of employees compared to our peers looks like, again, given the difference in levels of general fund revenue. So there's numbers there for you to kind of pick at and look at, really just meant to be informational. You can draw your own conclusions, but I think they are helpful from that regard. So the thing about the Treasurer's Office in particular is it comes from having many employees at one point when it had different services, broader services, and of course there was the change in part-time model that was brought to the voters a few years ago. So department staffing in the Treasurer's Office has been significantly reduced, in at least from a historical standpoint. Their cut this year is really lowering some of those same areas, contract monies, materials and supplies, et cetera. But we're dealing with a much smaller number in the Treasurer's Office today than we were certainly on a historical norm.
Yeah, the only thing I could see between 2018, 2019, and now there's 35,000 more, both last year and this year, for the last couple of years in terms of contracts, professional services.
Yeah, there was a time when I believe in it, and I'm not sure it was meant to be there, but I think the Treasurer's Office budget reflected all of the audit contract. And I could be wrong on this, maybe Marty can, but the audit contract was supposed to be split among three departments, the finance department, the clerk's office, and the treasurer's office. I believe at some point in our history, all of that expense was actually in Steve's budget. It's since been changed. So I don't know, Marnie or Eleanor, if you've got some more thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. It started out 100% in city treasurer's budget. This is for the internal audit contract, and was later spread to financial services and city clerk.
Okay, that explains the difference then. Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would expect every department to be either level or lower spending this year. So that's why I bring it up. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you. I got a couple questions here. I was looking at this. Psychological insurance, this is showing up on every single department. What is that? I've been looking at that.
Marnie, do you want to, or Diane, do you want to offer?
Yeah, it's membership in the E8 Employee Assistance Program for all city employees. It's about 30 cents a month per person. So it's kind of low on the individual side. Like it'll say like $6 a person per year, but it's based on the number is based on the number of people in that particular department.
Okay, and so since there's one full-time, one part-time, that's 6 plus 50%. So
well, only full-time employees are participants. It's a benefit we offer.
Okay, but then the treasurer himself is considered a full-time employee.
He's not.
Yeah, for purposes of benefits, yes.
For purposes of benefits, right? Okay,
yeah. Right,
exactly. That's what I thought. All right. Okay, so I'm seeing here full-time salaries on top. Let's go by top line. 2018-19 was $130,000, and then am I correct to assume here there's an $18,000, $19,000 raise since then and now?
The change year over year might just be an adjustment in where that individual was in the range. As we have ranges for our full-time executive members, may have been adjusted year over year. Could be the timing of when those increases hit. I don't know, Marnie, if you have any more detail, or if Steve is on the line and wants to address that question.
Yeah, I don't think Steve is.
It could be a reflection of when an employee was hired. You've got actual numbers there. You may have the deputy having not showing a full year's worth of compensation there in terms of salary. That's a lot of times what you'll find is the actuals may not have a full 12 months. So we'd have to look at
But that's really weird because as long as I've been here, which is in June of 2017, Nilesh has always been here. So that would be the 17-18 budget. We're looking at the actuals of 18-19, which is a full year afterwards. So it looks to me that there was a $19,000 raise that happened, and that means he made a jump in that. How is that?
Nelish was actually hired in 2018. So they actually held that position open for about a year before he got hired. That's when he was actually changing. That's when Mr. Deals was actually changing all of the different things. They were looking at some different contracts, and they actually took us 6 months to hire him. So it was about a year. So there was about 4 months in savings in his salary in 2018.
And rather than speculate on an answer, if that's something you like us to follow up on.
Yeah, I mean, you can follow up to me just via email. It doesn't need to be a full-blown budget response report on that. When it comes to the total maintenance and operations, contracts, professional services, that went up by $30,000 between the actual and what we're proposing now. And we're not doing the Moss Adams report according to one of the budget response reports. What contracts are going up?
Well, keep in mind two things. These charts, like everything else in here, do not reflect the budget, the decision packages. So this is before decision packages. So you would theoretically, if you approve the Moss Adams reduction, would reduce and remove a portion of those contract monies associated with that action following adoption of the decision package. So this is a before shot, not an after shot.
So that 30 grand this 30 grand is a part of that 100,000.
Correct. Yes. And then the other thing to remember is actuals, again, when you're comparing budgets, actuals are helpful to guide traditional spending and to raise questions, but in themselves, as they are a snapshot in time, they may not tell the full story vis-a-vis a budget document. So we have to be careful, and there's usually, like I said earlier, carryover, other one-time initiatives that have been added to or have not occurred as expected in those years with actuals that make comparing and contrasting those two line items sometimes a challenge. So, but in this regard, just keep in mind all the proposed chart here that you're seeing in 2021 does not reflect the decision packages as recommended by the city manager.
But with that said, the actuals over a 5-year period should give us an actual view and glimpse as to what's happening in each department.
Should give you, gives you definitely very worthwhile information, very helpful in understanding historic operations, certainly tells the story as it relates to hiring, vacancy savings, things of that nature. Contracts and services sometimes can be a little different because of, the one-time of expenses. But yes, the historical perspective with actuals is very helpful in looking at budgets.
Yeah, I totally understand that. And I'm looking for a way to really see the full history. As you said, it's very difficult to see. And I think this is a great example here, the full-time salary, about how it goes up by $19,000 and change. And I mean, Hermosa does a great thing with their budget. They show you the last 5 years of actuals in every department so that you can really see what's actually happening. And granted, there are up and down years of things, but that should levy itself out. And they even go back and compare it to 10 years ago as well. They have a comparison of 10 years ago where it was, and then last 5 years every year. So I think that's important. You can't tell right away, like you said on this document. The problem is, the way we're doing it now, you can't really tell anything that's happening over a year basis over a cumulative period of time.
Yeah, and where you'll see a historical trend of actuals is typically our comprehensive annual financial report. Our CAFR will give you kind of a snapshot over multiple years. And maybe Hermosa does it both in their budget document and their CAFR.
They're much smaller, so yeah.
Yeah, and this year, it's just a matter of paper and volume to the book. We've added a line item detail this year. The data is there. We can find it if you want it. It's posted, it's published. It's just a matter of how into the sort of granular detail that we want to get.
Yeah, and my point with this, when I looked at this particular page, because this one's the easiest one, it's only 2 employees to really tell, and it's such a small department, is, if maybe in subsequent years or even a later point in time, there's a digital version that's not printed, because I'm very sensitive to the fact of printing out all 334 pages for so many copies, and I agree with you, but the one thing I want to be take advantage of it is the digital aspect of the detail version, because we need to be able to tell the whole story as much as we can, so that we figure out these not only say inconsistencies, these ups and downs, see what happens. So yeah, that's my comment on there. So thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Gran.
So through our discussion, it's like keeping in mind that this budget actually has gone down significantly in the city treasurer's office. It might be interesting to see the last 5 years of actuals, just kind of bring that forth so we can see where that came from. That would be very interesting. Todd, when you had said that there was a significant jump, you are, I believe, looking at actual versus adopted budgets. And
I'm looking at 2018-19 to this year.
Yeah, the 2018-19 actual to then the adopted.
Correct.
Basically, the adopted for 2019 is the exact adopted for 2021. So there's no change there. What we actually look at is by having that person not be Nilesh, and it looks like Mr. Deals is on the line now here as well, but basically saving just shy of $34,000 in his budget. That means that you're coming under budget. So that's a good thing for people to do.
Where do you show that he's saving $34,000?
If we assume that they were budgeted in 18-19, the adopted budget was $154,000, and they came in at 110 because they either delayed hiring somebody or they had some other 100 costs. Then we'll see when we come in at the actual budget for 19-20 to see what actually was saved. So Mr. Deals, you're on the line. Basically, one of the questions was, when was Nilesh actually brought on board? And I believe he was brought on board mid-year 18-19, or in year 18. Is that correct?
Yeah, I don't know the exact date, but you can see, and I don't have the information in front. Let me pull this up. But what you can see is the budget peaks. Mine does when he's come on full-time, full salary. So the prior year was partial year of his salary. There was one finally he's on full-time for the full year. That's that one peak. And so so at that point, you see that one peak in the budget, but it's quite a bit lower than it would have been without the treasurer reforms, which would have had our budget up over $600,000.
Yeah, and just for clarification, John, I wasn't referring to the particular salary. I was referring to the overall budget of the department.
I understand. I'm looking at the total operation budget.
Right. It was Nils, I believe, that brought up the salary. So, cool. Anything else, John?
Nope, that's it. Thanks.
Okay, Nils, your hand's still up, or you want to lower your hand as well too, or is there anything else you'd like to say?
No, I just looked at the 18-19 budget, 25. They have it here, forward year 2018-19 budget. The 16-17 actual, well, you can't really say, was 193, and then proposed was 222. And there were 2 positions there. But again, it's like we said, you can't really see what's going on, because then back then we didn't have any type of line item in there, what was going on as a total. So, yeah, a 5-year viewpoint would be good overall for all. This is a great scenario. It's a small department. It's 1.5 people. So it would be a great thing to have on all departments. This really exemplifies that.
Yeah, and my question was answered in terms of where the extra expense was, and that was with the contracts for consultants. So that my question was answered as well too. So thank you for that. Any other questions, Nils?
No, that's it. I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, great. Mike, back to you.
Yeah, and this is the last one. Again, just to emphasize, this is the third of our 3 elected department recommended cuts. Don't want to speak for Mike here. I can say unequivocally that he doesn't want to make any of these cuts. So I'll walk you through what we're recommending, and then if you have some follow-up questions, we can provide them to you. It's a combination of items. Talks about some case tracking software, some supplies money. There's some support funding for outside counsel in the prosecution area, as well as some professional services that support prosecution matters. There's some part-time staffing reductions here, a little over $19,000 that'll affect hours of operation. And then the big one here and the city attorney's budget is the reduction of the pre-litigation funding that we have available for general legal administration matters and our outside contract counsel that help support those efforts. And that number comes in at a little over $300,000. Now, what that does is it takes that particular funding category down to about $67,000 of remaining general fund monies. It does not touch 2 other areas where we support that type of activity. In the waterfront, we have dedicated uplands resources as well as tidelands resources totaling about $277,000 that are not impacted by this reduction. But the total departmental cut to the general fund is about $368,000. And I should note there is also no change to money that is in the budget for litigation matters. That budget is untouched by this recommendation as well. So about $368,000 of cuts recommended from the city attorney's office. No changes in full-time personnel complement with this decision package.
So Mike, related to that, so for litigation is not touched, so we're talking about relying on outside attorneys, outside legal firms for things like research and other things that we turn to, whether it's drafting of documents or contract review or things like that. Is that what we're talking about here?
In part, but I would correct a couple of things. This process has been very cordial, but I fundamentally disagree with the recommendation. I do think there should be a cut, and I'm in favor of all of them because I know the budget is tremendous stresses. I think my concern is like yours, Mayor Pro Tem, in that it's a permanent cut, and I don't see that is realistic. Because this is also where we fund, where you direct us to go sue. So we funded SB 415 out of this. This is where we oppose AES in front of the PUC and SACWIS and soon to be the State Water Board and could be AQMD and other enforcement mechanisms that I learned about during this meeting that I'll forward you. And it's where we try and accomplish efficiently things that you need particular legal skills. So very complex real estate negotiations and where we try and avoid litigation. And you know as much as I do what we have, what we're facing. And I will live with whatever budget you give. But much as last year where I recommended in response to citizen complaints, a number of you had concerns, I prepared a decision package for the homeless pilot program, and it was not recommended by the city manager. I think that, and in that case, it didn't jive with the mayor and council's priorities. What I want to make clear is how you're limiting our ability to go forward. And a couple of things that the city manager mentioned, to give an example. He talked proudly and with justification for the 6-year reduction in police officers on a medical leave and gave Keith and Diane deserved credit. But that predated when they were even with Redondo. Then interim chief, Jeff Hink, and I worked on it, and we used Phil Toomey. And we will be unable to use Phil Toomey for anything except for litigation. And I have to be careful here. You're aware of cases where departments took action without
receiving legal advice and the complications that leads to. And so what I'm afraid of is like not paving streets, which the city stopped doing inspecting on a regular time. You're going to pay in the long end, and this is a permanent budget reduction in what's known as the core budget. And that's my concern. Another example, trying to remember the things he commented about. Both Marnie and Mike spoke, and they were absolutely right. The mess we would be in if we didn't have the Marine Hotel. Well, we used affordable real estate experts, niche experts, and when the city's real estate advisor was incorrect, that it wouldn't prevailing wage wouldn't apply. In a very complex document, we made sure it did. It was such a complex deal. One of the investment bankers said it was the most complex deal they ever worked on. It's been a great deal to the city. Mike deserves a lot of credit for it. But we even had to convince the Mr. Wagstaff's bankers that that prevailing wage was covered. And then Mr. Wagstaff has a habit, and I don't blame him, when interest rates go low, he likes to return right around Thanksgiving. And he has to get it done by the end of the year. We've had special meetings. He's one of two developers where we've had special meetings around that time. Without abandoning everything, we wouldn't be able to efficiently put in that backstop. And we used Bruce Galloway in both the document itself and protected us from a potentially very costly error and that backstop. That's the thing that you're looking at. And so I just want, I'll live with whatever. I know it's a difficult decision. I just want it to be clear, you know, the limitations we will have while maintaining the everyday advice we give. And so my recommendation was to give a straight 5% cut like the other public safety organizations. Prosecutors are public safety. Joe Hefkin said they're not. They absolutely are. And they just aren't treated like that in Redondo. They're eligible for PERS, public safety retirement. They are. And on the civil side, we're the ones who advise the public safety office in carrying out their duties. And so my recommendation would be a 5% reduction. All the reductions, the one that I have a concern about is the 82% reduction, because that will severely impact our ability to carry out what I think are likely to be your directions on an ongoing basis. And that would result in about a 25% reduction. And the difference is about $210,000. I would do that rather than the 175, which would only be dedicated on a one-time basis to AES. I think that's something where we can be more judicious. It may take a little longer to get stuff through, but that's a realistic way to manage. And I just don't think this is, unless we suddenly are in a place where you no longer want to direct us to do things. But with the state making noises about every year about taking over local control over zoning, I could see you directing us to try and oppose that. And there are other things that I won't go into, but that's my reduction, a straight 5%. The 210 would be restored essentially to the ongoing budget, and then you wouldn't do the decision package 35. That's a rough estimate. It was based on what we spent last year during 7 months. It could be we don't need it all, other than from July 1st to the hearing July 21st or 22nd at the State Water Board. Be nice to use that. It was a total team effort in putting together that document. I think you could see that was improved by having a total team document. And then we'll see, is there enforcement action needed? Civil enforcement action on the property. Will we have complex land use issues? Will we have complex real estate issues outside the waterfront. So that's my concern. I don't envy the choices that you have to make, and I'm fully aware of it. I just want to make certain I'll live with it. I just wanted you to know how you're restricting us.
So to City Attorney Webb's point, Mike Wasansky, if there were a case that we needed them to litigate, we would have to do a budget appropriation with a 4/5 vote in open session, correct? In order.
Yeah, we'd have to do one of two things. Yeah, and just to be absolutely clear about the mechanics of this cut, we did extend as Joe mentioned earlier. I just want to make sure everyone understands this. This figure is dependent on a 5% reduction in the prosecution division and a 15% reduction in the civil division. So it's a blended figure for this department. It's the only department that has a blended figure. But to answer your question, if we were to preemptively litigate, typically we would pull money from this account. Once it reaches litigation, it draws from our internal service fund in arrears, which happens later through our ISF allocation at mid-year. So it would typically, if we were to research and push for that type of action, it would come from this account. Once we get into embroiled litigation, it goes into the other account. So if you'd like, we could do a little bit of an accounting on the litigation account and where that's been over the last few years. We did put quite a bit of money in that last mid-year cycle as well as the year before. So we have grown that to try to cover full expenses. We've been very active there. I don't think that's any secret. So we could show you kind of where we've been on that spending side over the last few years to help you with that and to understand that. But preemptive litigation, typically we've drawn from this account. Not sure policy-wise if there's anything that would prohibit us from drawing from the other litigation account if we do take first action.
Yeah, I don't know that there would be. It's not in my budget. It's in the HR budget. And so I don't have control over it. And I don't know if you're, again, it's the ongoing nature of it. I don't think reflects, it's the opposite of using, or it's the corollary to using one-time funds to pay ongoing expenses. Here it's hoping that the ongoing expenses will disappear. And the other problem is, I don't know that you've noticed, but you often divide on 3-2 grounds with the mayor on the side of 2. And so, and they appear to be geographic. I'm sure it's a coincidence, but people may feel differently in North Redondo about an issue about, say, the AES plant. They may not, but I worry that our ability to be effective in carrying out the will of the council, if it doesn't have a mayoral veto, will be complicated by this. And so my strong recommendation is a straight 5% cut. It's 25% cut in the ongoing budget. It's about 210, and not do decision package 35. And then we'll have more of the sense. We'll see what happens with the State Water Board. That could lead to one of two different, very, very different paths. And the 170, we may not need nearly that, or we may need, double that. So that's my concern.
Sorry, Mike. I have a question. Last year, mid-year was $4,010,118. The proposed budget for 2021 is $3.88 million. It's a $122,000 difference. I realize that some of it is attorney fees, but where is the difference? I'm trying to find where the huge difference is between the mid-year of last year and this proposed.
Contracts, professional services, $100,000. So it's.
Oh yeah, I see it.
And that's where you put the part of the money for the homeless pilot program. And so that's not part of our core budget. That was a one-time expense. And unlike Chief Kaufman, who has, he's got a big enough department, a big enough budget to reorg to make that permanent. I don't. And so we wouldn't be continuing the pilot program under these financial restrictions, except we're getting that grant through the COG. I'm very appreciative to Councilman Horvath for leading that with Mr. LaRock, so we can continue it for one more year. But if things don't change, that pilot program, which I think by all accounts has been very successful and it's very innovative. That's not something that is ever led by a city attorney's office. But it's something that met constituent needs and met the mayor and council's needs. And so that's part of it that doesn't carry over. It's not in our core budget. And the mission to cut initially 15%, and then as I said, it was very cordial. There was a lot of give and take. The 5% from prosecution and 15% from civil led to this. But my concern is that I don't see it being a realistic one-time expense. But that's up to you. You get to decide that, and I'll carry out your wishes.
But, to that point, Mike, we had a special appropriation for that particular issue. I don't see the attorney's fees being that different from either the adopted of last year or the mid-year of last year. They're not huge. What do you see as the main differences other than the contracts?
It wasn't in the attorneys. It was in the full-time salary, because we promoted 2 deputies. Anna and Joy are deputy city attorney. They took on way more responsibility to do that. And therefore it was a temporary 1-year promotion to senior deputy in order to do that. They more than earned that, I think. It's very rewarding. It's very exhausting for them. And it will continue for 1 more year because it won't be any expense to the city with the grant.
And I'm not looking at the decision package. I'm just looking at the detail of your department.
Right. So that was in it. So the money would be split into, it's in professional services. It's a little bit in prosecution, attorney's fees for prosecution, because there may be a need to, get someone to cover court. If Anna and Joy were covering 2 different homeless situations, it was in the increase in temporary increase in full-time salary. So it split into different accounts. I came up with how you do it, and then we work with Marnie to figure out, okay, where does that go with each situation.
Okay, that's the only questions I had. Thank you very much, Mike. John.
And it doesn't get any easier from here. I'm sorry, John, you had a question.
Yeah.
So actually, Mike, you answered my question, what went into the $100,000 reduction? And thank you very much. That's what I had. So.
Okay.
And maybe if we can, while we're on that, just because we touched on it, what we were just talking about is decision package 34, which is the recommendation to appropriate the grant that Councilman Horvath and the chief and Mike and John LaRock were all involved with the COG in obtaining. That will allow us to continue that pilot program. But for that grant, we'd have additional expenditure pressures to be considering this fiscal year. And then decision package 35, which is an attempt to continue the AES initiative and provide for the support that we spent last year to push back on their request to continue to power. So, and again, that's solely, as Mike pointed out, that is not a guesstimate as to exactly what we'll spend next fiscal year. That is merely pointing to last year as an experience and saying that it's possible that would be repeated. We don't know which way that will turn. So $175,000 is not really a reflection on exactly what will occur, but is more a mark for what we spent last year on this same effort. So those 2 packages are what we were alluding to. Just for clarity, those were 34 and 35.
If I can address the 35 in more detail, because it was going to come up later. Essentially, it's I stopped all work from outside counsel as soon as the letter was sent out. There would be additional work that would be needed that would be best, and it's not needed, before the hearing date. And then if we lose, the council may direct me to oppose the AES would need permission from AQMD, and also need from the Regional Water Quality Board. I'll send to you as soon as I can stop my video. While we were talking, the Coastal Commission sent an enforcement letter at our request to AES. And so it is very likely that we will have to be involved in taking enforcement action. If they otherwise get a permit, I imagine that they would oppose it vigorously. I'm not a glass half full type of an attorney, so I could be wrong. But if they do oppose it and they otherwise have a permit, we're going to want to, I imagine the council will want me to proceed in an urgent matter to hopefully get an ability to stop them from operating beyond December 31st. And then even if we win, we might still have the enforcement action, but the other issue is what goes on at the site. The new landowner would, have to comply with the Coastal Commission directions. We don't know what the new owners are planning to do. I was a little dismayed, more than a little, about his comments in the Easy Reader. But I view that as, those are the sort of things that just off the top of my head, I think are likely to lead to council direction. Now, does that matter as much in the north end of the city as in District 2? I don't know. And I think that is separate from, the type of things that can come up where we can't even anticipate them. But if I had to choose, it would be do without this, but maintain the core budget, because every other budget, next year, it's our core budget that we'll be starting from.
Yeah. Okay. Any other questions, John? Or were you finished? Okay. Anybody else to have their hands up? Okay. Thanks, Mike. Mike.
So next up is decision package number 12, Human Resources Director Diane Strickfadden.
Good afternoon, Council. As Mike said, it doesn't get any easier from here. Decision Package 12 represents the HR Department's proposed 15% reduction, which, as HR already operates on a very lean margin, includes a full-time position. The risk manager position was chosen due to the fact that with the city's recent transition to CSAC, there's less direct and active participation in the risk pool required, and the management program can be maintained with existing staff. While it remains an extremely important program for the city and this reduction will have a significant impact, we believe it will be manageable if supplemented by our existing part-timer. A reduction of this position will save $150,000. In addition to this reduction, we're also reducing expenditures in the Employee Relations Division of the HR budget, which includes reductions of $27,000 to contracts and professional services. And this represents a reduction to our planned need for an outside labor negotiator this coming year due to recently finalized multi-year contracts with the police groups. It also includes reductions in recruitment-related services of $15,800 due to anticipation of a hard hiring freeze, which would mean a reduction in advertising, civil service testing, fingerprinting, background checks, and related services, as well as postage. And it includes reductions to citywide training funds of $2,500 that usually serves for mandated citywide trainings and or HR conferences, which probably won't be taking place this year. So once hiring and operations do return to normal, I know this becomes part of our core budget. HR will recommend restoration of this funding through a new appropriation sometime in the future. And with that, I can take some questions.
Diane, I'm looking on page 164 of the budget, And there is a very large number under personnel adjustments, $1.2 million.
Yes.
What is that? What is that?
That represents the citywide MOU one-time payments. They were processed through the HR budget. So that's all those one-time payments we did through the.
So those are with our employee groups that they're budgeted through.
Correct.
Through your organization.
Yeah, rather than, from a budget standpoint, rather than allocate each amount by department, we appropriated the total amount that was approved by council, put it in one budget, and then distributed it from there. So not a reflection of HR spending, reflection of citywide stipend spending.
Yeah, because that's a lot of spending.
Yeah.
I was wondering what was going on in your department.
Robust HR.
We wish.
Mayor Pro Tem and Council, I would just jump in as Joe Hefkin. I want to say that, we didn't make this recommendation lightly. There was a lot of careful thought that went into this. If we had different financial circumstances, we wouldn't be recommending this. But, Diane's very modest. She has done risk management in prior positions. Might have hoped that she would be completely away from it in this job, but when it came time to ask for or identify a way to reduce the budget by 15%, there was really no other way to do that in a department with so few people. So anyway, I wanted to say that it's this is a difficult situation. We are displacing a person. But I have complete confidence in Diane that she will keep the risk management function going and use whatever resources she needs in order to stay on top of risk management. So I just wanted to say that.
Thank you. Do I have any other hands up related to this department and the decision package? Okay, we'll move on. Thank you.
Thanks. So, Marnie Ruland has decision package number 13.
Right. Decision package 13 is the Financial Services Department's budget reductions. Our 15% comes from this decision package, our portion of the Moss Adams contract, and then also the new revenue that we'll be talking about in a bit. But this particular decision package, the primary cut is again a position, and that person is expected to retire at the end of the fiscal year, but we wouldn't then fill that position. What makes this pretty extreme as far as a cut is then we are also eliminating our contract accounting services that ordinarily would be used to help us backfill that workload. But we'll have to do that with existing staff. Also, as Mike said, would occur a lot in these cuts. We are proposing a cut to our part-time staffing, about 1/3 of that. So in the 1920 budget, one of our full-time payroll employees, that position was made to part-time. So it will cut that as well as our part-timers that let us keep the counters open during lunches and leave times and all that. And then again, to round it out, we are making a small cut to our already small training budget. And that's all of our cuts, if you have any questions.
Okay, I don't see any hands right now. Oh, that's it. Thank you, Marnie.
Thank you.
Okay, next up is Chief Kaufman.
Good Council. Decision package 14 involves the 5% cuts from the police department. I'll start off by saying that the decision of where to cut is a difficult one. The police department has been stressed over the COVID-19 pandemic. I have caused a lot of rules and changes, and we've asked a lot of them. The department has responded admirably, and in consideration of how to take 5% out of a budget our size, one of the major considerations was trying not to lose any of our people. So with that in mind, we kind of shared the pain across the organization, including the sworn side. So the first segment of our cuts is about 516,000, and those are out of vacant police officer positions. At the beginning of the COVID-19 crisis, we were at a complement of 94 out of 95. But during the crisis, we've had people retire. We've had one leave the organization. We've had a termination, and there are others. There's actually a couple others that just recently retired. So in the last couple of months, we've created some vacancies. So the first $516,000 of this cut would be 3 full-time police officer positions. Moving on from there, based on the attrition that we will have, the retirements, and the level that those people are leaving the organization, when we hire behind them and bring somebody in, we'll realize a cost savings. And so the $390,000 that you see in the decision package is a cost savings from back hiring behind people that are leaving the organization at a high rate. Moving on from there, onto our non-sworn civilian positions. We already talked about the records manager that was defunded. And in this scenario, we lose 2 more positions, both of these currently vacant. One is an administrative coordinator that works in the Records Bureau, and the next is a police service specialist that also works in the Records Bureau. And those are about 86,000 and 75,000. Moving on from there, the decision had to be made where to cut the rest of the funds, and I chose to do it from our maintenance and operations to the tune of 113,000. For us, what that looks like is decreased amounts of events from our community-based officers division, less training, decreased amounts in uniform equipment and supplies, travel, and then we're going to see some decreases in some of our jail costs, and then we also have some contracts that will be decreasing, and that's basically a total of 1.181 million, and that's out of the general fund. We'll talk later about the Tidelands and the Uplands Fund, where we will also lose a couple of positions. So in a nutshell, from the police department, you're looking at 3 police officer positions and 5 civilian positions, 3 out of the general fund, and then the other 2 we'll talk about later.
Okay, so Keith, even with all these cuts, which are pretty substantial, the budget goes up another, from the mid-year, 1.8 million. That's due to an increase in salaries as well as medical insurance and 1.1 million extra in pension from last year, right?
Yes, generally in the police department, you'll see, and Marnie would answer this a little bit more accurately, but it's about a close to a 2% increase in personnel costs year over year. So those go up. We have new MOUs, and we have things that are out of our control that are in place. And yes, these cuts are before you see those numbers.
Yeah, got it. Super.
And if I could add, Councilman, it also includes, because the department's so big, there's still folks in their operation that see annual movement from just general increases across the grid. So it's not atypical to see fluctuation in payroll staffing in general. You already mentioned, as did Keith, the COLAs that were provided through the new contract, the new pension costs that are associated with just policing in general. And just another reminder, all of these line item details that you see in the budget are pre-decision package. So the cuts would then come on top of that and drop that down by the corresponding amount.
Right. Okay. Thank you. Nils.
Thank you. So, Chief, real quick then, I didn't quite understand that. So are we not doing the overhires, or are we continuing the overhire process for the people that are leaving?
So what I was referring to was not really overhires. What that was is the savings that are incurred when we hire somebody at the lower rate when they come into the organization, as opposed to retiring someone at the higher rate. That's where you find that $390,000. Now, my goal would be to still be able to overhire. We can generally do that on a cost neutral basis. I'm able to do an analysis of who's leaving the organization, how much that will save, and at what point in time we can bring on a new body. It's important that we do that, especially in this coming fiscal year, because anytime we take a break in hiring, we really get behind.
You're breaking the snowball effect.
Yeah, it can take us 18 months to get somebody out on the street. So when we have the opportunities and we do the recruiting test, or we bring on some laterals and we have the chance to overhire to maintain our numbers, what I've seen in our organization is we're healthiest when we're overhiring by, let's say, 2 to 4. Depending on what we're seeing in the future. We can usually get a pretty good look at and know. Unfortunately, sometimes we have injuries or other things where we'll lose someone in the organization, but as far as retirements, they're fairly predictable.
How many people?
If I could add to that, Councilman, real quick, we almost need to look at it not as an overhire program anymore, but just us being smart and strategic about hiring to full complement. Because as Keith has evaluated this over the years, Diane has evaluated over the years, our captains, our sergeants, lieutenants in charge of recruiting, we now have a better predictive modeling of how many of our recruits are going to make it through training, and when and how our retirements will occur and how people will move off of our IOD program. So it's really just being strategic to make sure we're putting as many healthy officers in uniform as they're needed as possible. It's we may not even want to use the overhire word. We may just want to say hiring to full complement, knowing it takes a lot of effort and some strategic thinking to get there.
Right. No. I agree with that. I see that going down the way. There's two questions here. What is the amount of people that you foresee stepping down in the next, retirement, whatever else along the way in the next year? How many people? Do you know?
Yeah. So in the last 2 months, it's about 6, and that's uncommon. We usually don't have that many leave in that amount of time. But over the next fiscal year, I would say there would be 1 to 2 more. So we already have one retirement date that we know of, which is June 8th coming up. So that will be 1. And from there, 1 to 2 more. But once all of these numbers have been removed from the complement, just to get back to the 92 number, I have to hire about 5 to 6 people, almost now. So we're preparing for that. We really haven't stopped during COVID, where a lot of agencies completely shut down. We still continue to do some of our backgrounds. We just switched to virtual like everybody else did. We did do a couple job offers during that time. So we're ready. What we will need is to do another recruitment with HR, and we like to always have at least 10 people in background.
Okay, feel better?
So excuse me. What's our success rate? Meaning, when we bring in 10 people, what do we expect? Of those 10, do we expect to graduate 50%, 60%, 80%, 100%, 90%? Like, do we know?
I would expect about 80%, maybe 85%. So yeah, we're generally only losing 1 or 2 of 10. And we've been doing that for quite some time. Every once in a while, there's an unforeseen circumstance, but once we get them hired and into an academy, I would say we'd lose about a 1 or 2 out of 10.
Okay, that's good because it's finding that quality recruit, because the more you train them and then the longer they stay in, if they drop out, that's expensive.
Absolutely. We hire for 100% excellence.
Yeah.
Fortunate, but sometimes we will go through the entire background process. We'll get all the way to the last interview with myself and the captains. We turn away a candidate because we don't think they're going to be great. So we don't just hire to fill positions. We really hire for excellence.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you. That's all I have questions for now. Thank you.
Okay, John, you have your hand up.
Yeah, this isn't actually a question for Keith. Keith, this is more for either Mike or Marnie. Noting down at the bottom of the budget here on the front page I'm on page 186, and it's on every other one as well. It's a little star that says excludes carryover funding of 1.185. Could you just brief us on what that is? Because it's on every budget. It's just what is that?
I'll let Marnie speak to that. Marnie?
Sure. So it is one-time funding, or no, actually the one-time funding is it's the carryovers. So it's going to be grants that were one-time in nature. It's going to, and then carried over, it's going to be, what are some of the others here?
Purchase orders and decision packages for times are carried over.
Yeah.
Okay, so for layman's sake, what you're saying is, if say Chief Kaufman comes under budget on personnel and all these other things by $500,000, thank you very much. That goes back into the general fund because that is either personnel maintenance and all that. What you're saying is that any grants that we had secured during the year, any, as you said, decision packages, things that are being ready to be paid, these monies have already been allocated. That's what goes into that number, right?
These are primarily what you see in November, requesting carryovers. So they're going to be donations for grants, things, purchase contracts that have been let but not fully spent. Things that instead of going back to the fund balance are going to be carried over into the department budget. And the 2 years more comparable, we've taken those out.
Because it's kind of to our point earlier, those one-time snapshots can impact the way you evaluate sort of core. And that's kind of goes to what we were discussing a bit earlier. But one thing to note, the salary savings that any department may achieve, or M&O savings, or the decisions on carryovers are ultimately all made by you via that CAF or budget resolution that occurs at your end. So you choose what is carried over, what's saved and put back into fund balance, what we then transferred and set aside for capital or specific projects. Those are the choices you make. Typically carryover are for those items that are routine, that are projects or programs that are in process that are still of policy interest to the city.
Okay, sounds great. Thanks. It said it's on every budget, or every different department. I just wanted to kind of get clarification. So thank you.
Okay. I don't see any other hands. So thank you, Keith. I was wondering if we could now read some of the e-comments that have come in, because I think it's very valuable to hear from the public. We have not discussed this. I was wondering if it's possible for the city clerk to read those e-comments.
Sure.
Before we go to the next speaker.
Yeah, we have 4 e-comments. So, Vicki, you can read those.
Thank you.
Please.
Okay, first comment comes from Matthew Hensley. What is the city's long-term financial plan? If the economy returns, with the city rehire and reauthorize the planned, let me read that sentence once again. If the economy returns, will the city rehire and reauthorize the planned eliminated positions? The city already has used too much cutting and eliminated the fat. You have now reached the bone. Before deauthorizing approximately 30 positions and firing 9 people, 2 of which will be unemployed, an optional early retirement package should be offered to employees so those who may be close to retirement can be incentivized to retire and those who want and need to work can stay. Why not consider a one-time use of cash reserves, reducing the 1-month reserve money from approximately $8 million to $6 million? The 1-month cushion is nice and well earned by conservative choices by the city, but it should be considered as other cities operate with less cushion. The following decision packages are not in the best interest of the city and other options need to be found. No, decision package number 16, reducing library hours, as a lot of residents, including kids, use the library after school and closing Mondays and at 6 p.m. leaves them nowhere to go. No, decision package number 23, changing most commission meetings to bi-monthly. This is also not a wise investment as it is difficult enough for commissioners to do a good job and get staff support at the current meeting schedule. Referrals take too long to come back and discussions move at a glacier's pace. This package would make that problem even worse. No, decision package number 21, rather than extend 1 year again after doing the same last year, a better choice would be to change the mix of vehicles purchased. Currently, the city is purchasing very expensive and excessive fully electric vehicles at full MSRP, not receiving the federal or state credits that bring down the costs, and using those vehicles for currently 12 or 13 years. What do you think a Chevy Bolt EV will be worth 13 years from now? Instead, consider purchasing other less expensive vehicles this round, or consider a municipal lease program to transfer the risks of devaluation while keeping green and zero or low emissions for your city fleet. I am in support of decision packages number 4 and number 24. Thank you for your time, Matthew Hensley, District 3. Comment number 2 comes from Joe Lodinsky. As a former city employee in Public Works, I strongly oppose the elimination of the supervisor position in the Parks Division. This position serves the Parks Manager as the field lieutenant. Eliminating this position forever will have a detrimental effect on the services that Parks employees deliver. The supervisor is the person in the field that oversees the daily hands-on operations, the playgrounds, the medians, and the trees that grace the city. The manager sees the big picture. The budget, safety issues, and citizen inquiries are just a few. The current virus situation will end and the city will return to normal operations. When this happens, the look of the city will be important in bringing tourism and business back. I proudly served in both positions and understand the importance of both. I also understand the current fiscal climate and the need to reduce employee payroll. Perhaps restructure the position to make it more fiscally possible to keep it. The Parks Department is already losing a long-time valuable asset in the current employee in that supervisory position. Don't let the retirement of this employee be the reason to eliminate this very important cog in the wheel that is the Parks Division and Public Works. Third comment comes from Sheila Lamb. COVID-19, like a tornado, arrived suddenly and has changed our lives in so many ways. Some of these changes will be permanent, but some will last a relatively short time. Change, nevertheless, is always difficult. Sudden change even more so. So first, I want to express my appreciation to the council members and staff in their efforts to guide our city forward during this difficult time. I have read the budget and decision packages, most of which I support. RB residents support all efforts to save money, spend wisely, and balance the budget. However, below are my comments on 5 of the decision packages. DP number 21, vehicle replacement policy. It would be helpful for the residents if we could view the current policy and the method that determines vehicle replacement. Residents need to know that it makes economical sense to replace vehicles. If you are changing the policy to strengthen the life of vehicles now, why make it temporary? Why not permanent? DP number 23, Budget and Finance Commission should continue to meet monthly, not every other month. Citizen commissioners with financial expertise provide an extra pair of eyes to assist the city in saving money. That can only be done by continuing the current practice of holding monthly meetings. DP number 25, continue Moss Adams audit services. Moss Adams has provided critical guidance and recommendations in streamlining practices and saving the city money. This service should be continued. DP number 26, continue harbor contract auditing services. Outside auditors can bring objective eyes in reviewing contracts, catching details that may go unnoticed, saving the city money. This should be continued. DP number 44, in general, RB residents would like to see greater transparency in vehicle replacement purchasing policies. Again, if the city is now extending the life of vehicles, why not make that policy permanent? One comment/question. Of the 34 positions eliminated, please tell us how many of those positions were vacant or unfunded in the 2019/2020 fiscal year. Sheila W. Lamb. And the last comment is from Mark Hansen, King Harbor Boater. Please do not accept decision package number 29 regarding a reduction in harbor patrol staffing. That proposal states that this reduction would eliminate 1/3 of the staffing in the Harbor Patrol Division and a 1/3 reduction in service hours. The city manager's message of May 16 advises that non-safety departments were given a 15% targeted amount for reduction, while safety departments, police and fire, were given a 5% targeted reduction. However, this proposal would reduce the Harbor Patrol by 33%. Our Harbor Patrol officers have saved numerous lives over the years, including boaters, anglers, and harbor visitors. During the current COVID-19 crisis, boaters will be endeavoring to engage in recreational boating in a manner that is both safe and consistent with the city and county orders. This will necessitate that various boat owners will not be able to man their vessels with their full regular experienced crews, but will be boating with fewer crew members and potentially less experienced household members. This is exactly the wrong time to reduce the staffing of our Harbor Patrol. Please maintain this critical public safety service for our community and do not accept decision package number 29. I'm going to refresh just to make sure we didn't get anything else in, but I think that concludes our public comments. And it does. Thank you.
Thank you, Vicki.
You're welcome.
Christian, you have your hand up.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that as we go through these packages that we just answer any of these questions that were raised here, just so we fully have it taken care of. So that's all.
I agree, which is why I wanted it read now. I guess probably should have read it at the beginning, but I think some of these were added recently.
A lot of those were added while this was going on. So.
Right, exactly. Okay, Joe, who's next up? Is it Bob with fire?
Yeah, it's Bob Metzger.
Okay. Hi, Chief. I think you're on mute.
Okay, now I'm unmuted.
Good.
First of all, let me start off by apologizing for prematurely unmuting myself. I'm not sure who I stepped on, but that was not intentional. I'm presenting decision package 15, and let me first start by pointing a couple things out. First of all, earlier this year in a decision package, the fire department presented you with some ideas associated with elevating the training and certification levels of 6 firefighters from the rank of firefighter to paramedic at the general cost of about $168,000. For that cost, you'd end up with 6 additional functional paramedics from what we currently have at 21. This decision package that you're looking at is now suggesting that we need to look at eliminating basically 5.5 firefighter positions on our truck. The half position is currently held by an incumbent that we expect to be retiring at the end of this current calendar year. But if we eliminate those, let's call them 5.5 positions, we'll appreciate the savings that are indicated in this decision package. Now, those are considered gross savings because that ladder truck is required by MOU to be staffed at a minimum of 4 people. 2 of those people are supposed to be the firefighters that we're getting rid of. Now, we have a contract provision in our MOU with our firefighters that says that those positions can be staffed with firefighter paramedics who signed up to work on that apparatus and were trained up to work on the truck. Here's the thing you need to understand is that we have only 6 firefighters in the department. We have 21 paramedics in the department. And actually, those are authorized positions. We currently are short 5 firefighters, and the 6th incumbent is currently off. So he's off on IOD. So we have no firefighters in the city, and we've been staffing this ladder truck with overtime paramedics. What you're being asked to consider here with these savings doesn't necessarily take into account that we're going to end up having to bring in paramedics on overtime to staff at least one of the 2 vacancies. So that's going to take, I think, the general savings down from something like 611,000 down to, I'm round numbers here, 350,000 or something like that. But those are hard choices for you to make. It's going to require that we reduce truck staffing, and it's probably going to require that we get some other kind of concession from the association related to our minimum staffing on the truck. These are going to be hard decisions to make, but I bring this up to you for your general awareness. In addition, this department is losing, or will be losing, something like 9 positions, only one of which is an administrative position. All the others are essentially positions covered by emergency responders. 6 of those that's being proposed would be just for this current fiscal year. The administrative one would be deauthorized forever and a day, and then the 2 other positions are addressed in decision package 29. So that's the situation that we have. There are some savings if we do it the way that that's being discussed here, but this is going to be a tough one to do in my opinion. This is going to be a tough one for us to do. So that's all I have to say on this particular package.
And if I could add a little bit to that, that is why you're seeing this cut proposed as a one-time reduction. It's in full recognition that there's going to be a meet and confer process that needs to occur with our fire association. We will be working with them over the next several weeks and beyond as we enter general meet and confer for not just this issue, but other issues. So to achieve these savings, we will need a temporary reduction in staffing of the ladder truck. We have had some savings in the department due to vacant positions. Some of those savings are offset by overtime expenses. Some have occurred due to available funds in the personnel division. But ultimately, for us to achieve the reduction we're proposing to you today, we will need to reach some form of agreement with our association on at least a temporary reduction in staffing of the ladder truck. So we have started those discussions and will continue those discussions and look forward to being as collaborative in that regard as we can be.
Okay, I see a couple hands up. Christian.
Yeah, just real quick for Chief, and then anybody else who's talking about a DP going forward. When you're talking about positions, would you please, to the point that Ms. Lamb made, would you please talk about them as either they are vacant positions or just so that we're all clear on it? Because the way you just said it was if we're taking 9 guys right off, that are currently working. So I just want that to be clear. And then my other question is, all our paramedics are trained firefighters, are they not?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, Laura.
And to be clear to Councilman Horvath's question, as it pertains to the fire department, there are no layoffs as part of this decision packages. We are dealing with vacant positions. The one exception is the decision package that Bob referenced, number 29, that has to do with harbor patrol functions, does include the transfer of two individuals, potentially, again, a meet and confer process associated with that DP that would result in those two individuals working in vacant positions in regular fire operations. So again, not a layoff of any of our fire personnel, but there is an instance of two potential transfers depending on the outcome of our budget process and meet and confer.
Okay, Laura.
So you said about getting some concessions from our fire personnel, that we wouldn't have to do a lot of these cuts, or was it all these cuts? I didn't quite catch that.
Is that a question for me, Councilwoman?
Either Bob or you.
So it depends. The concessions that we need in this regard, at least temporarily, is a change to our constant staffing requirements that exist in our MOU with the Firefighters Association. Specifically, the reduction of staffing on the ladder truck from 4 personnel to 3, even more specifically, from what is a staffing complement of 1 captain, 1 fire engineer, and 2 firefighters to 1 captain, 1 engineer, and 1 firefighter. That, as Bob mentioned, in practice would be backfilled by one of our existing paramedics on an overtime basis. We need an agreement, as it is a modification to a bargain for right, which is associated with the constant staffing obligation in the MOU. That's the concession we're referring to. There are other ways to save money in the MOU with the Fire Association. Those would be part and parcel to general bargaining and aren't part of this decision package.
And I assume that's, and just for the general public, that's being communicated and they understand that. And so we can change all this once we get some kind of concession on that, but that won't be till after the budget's passed.
Potentially, yes. This could take weeks. It could take months. We will have to show some flexibility in this regard, particularly this decision package and decision package 29 as it relates to harbor patrol functions. There is quite a bit of work to do to get to implementation. In the meantime, we do have the vacancies in the department. There will be some savings, but not at the level we need to achieve the cut that's proposed here.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, Nils.
Thank you. A couple questions. I see the budget here for fire under overtime. 18-19 actual, $3.349 million. Adopted for 1920 was 1.9, mid-year 1.9. Proposed is $1 million. With all the overtime that we're talking about right now, and the possible overtime coming forward that we need to talk about, since we just talked about how we had 6 firefighters, I believe, who were out of service. We have to fill those spots with firefighter paramedics. How is that going to affect our overtime, knowing that last year we already spent $1.3 million more than we're proposing right now?
So if we're successful in negotiating the reduction in funding of those firefighter positions, there's going to be a certain savings there. There's still going to be a requirement to reduce the staffing on the truck so that we don't have to fill both of those positions. So I can't tell you what the calculated cost for the overtime is anticipated to be, but it should go down from that figure you're citing.
Okay. The side letter that we have that's expiring at the end of June, how is that going to affect our overtime and our budget amounts for the paramedic assessment unit that we have currently operating?
That won't change anything. I don't see any fiscal impact as a consequence of that.
Okay. we talked about if we get a concession on some stuff, but I mean, who knows what's going to happen? So I'm not banking on any of that. How many we have currently? I think we said last time 11 people currently out, vacant position, or due to sickness or injury, retirement. How many more people do we have expected to be leaving in the next fiscal year, next 6 months? And what are we doing for recruitment for that? Are we shutting down recruitment, or are we continuing on?
There's a lot of questions there. Let me start. First of all, I don't think it's 11. We have currently 1 captain, 2 paramedics, and 5 firefighter vacancies. Okay, so that's 8. A 6th firefighter is expected, who's been off on IOD, is expected to retire at the end of the year. That's 9. So that's our current vacancy numbers. We anticipate perhaps before the end of the year, a 2nd captain vacancy, and another 1 to 2 other personnel, paramedic vacancies as well. So we have those coming toward us. We have recruitment efforts that we've already started, especially at the firefighter paramedic level. We've been interviewing people. We actually hired 3, 1 washed out, or 1 didn't report, a 2nd washed out just this past weekend. So we upped our ranks by 1. We expected to be fleshed out fully. So we have to go back to the recruitment list, and we will begin those efforts anew. The other vacancies are promoted from within, and we've got discussions with, or basically on the calendar with Human Resources to schedule promotional tests for captain.
Okay. I asked this question earlier with the police chief. What's our success rate with our recruits? We hire 10 people. Do we get 10? Do we get 5? Do we get 1? What's our success rate?
That's a great question. It's really dependent on where they fell in the whole. If we got them when they were part of a group that was going forward, and the group hasn't been picked over, so to speak. The folks that have interviewed a lot of other places and not been picked up, where we may have picked them up because our standards are different, we have had fair success with that. So the whole key is trying to get people to apply here as a place that they want to work early in their application process. So in general, we've had pretty good success, but that doesn't mean that I haven't had to terminate people during probation. I've probably done that more than half a dozen times easily since my time here started.
So we don't know the number, the percentage success rate in total what we've been hiring and what has been actually on the floor working out after a probationary period.
Well, it's just all over the board. It's not consistent from any particular recruitment effort to another. We've had some where we've had stellar success from everybody that we picked up, and we've had some others where we've had, say, 30% or more that has washed out, and that's just the way it seems to be.
Okay. Joe Hefkin, I think I don't see Wizanski there, but if we can get a budget response report, some sort of idea that we know what's going on with recruitment, so that we understand what's happening. I think the police have done a great job with that, with creating that snowball effect and moving things forward on a successful level. I think we need to look at that and concentrate on that for the fire department as well, and see where we are with that and through the whole process from the date of offer all the way through the probationary period ending, so they're actually a full-time guaranteed employee. That makes sense to you, Mike?
Sure. Yeah, we could prepare something like that for you. Might take a couple weeks.
Yeah, we're unlikely to have it next week.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm not looking for it for next week, but I think we need to have that in place so we know what's going on. The next thing is, Chief, I'm going to ask for decision package a budget response report and more in depth so the public really knows and see what's going on. Can you explain what decision package 29 is, how that would look? It says reduction would eliminate 1/3 of the staffing of the Harbor Patrol Division. What does that mean for the voters down there and the public down in the harbor?
Mr. Hefkin, do you want me to move forward with number 29 now?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, while you got the floor.
Sure. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. There are six people assigned to Fire Station number 3, which is located in the harbor. The personnel who are assigned to that station are funded wholly by the either the Uplands or the Tidelands funds, but it's basically the whole harbor funding process. Only 6 people, and during these very difficult economic times, the Harbor Enterprise funds have been probably disproportionately impacted by these times, such that the amount of savings that really needs to be found to try to balance our services out there disproportionately impacts those 6 people providing emergency response services in the harbor. So when we're tasked with trying to find a 5% functional savings in the Harbor Patrol area, I basically got those 6 people providing emergency year-round, around-the-clock response to deal with, and only one administrative person whose position is going to be permanently eliminated. So that's part of the savings. To find the rest of the savings in order to meet our contribution toward the city's goal, there are 2 positions that would have to be eliminated down there. That means our presence, our operating presence in the harbor would have to be reduced by 1/3. There's lots of different ways to at least explore how that looks, but in terms of the stark reality of it, there will be times when the Harbor Patrol boat is not available, would not be staffed, the service would not arrive if there was a call for help. So we've chewed on this one every which way, and it's a very difficult thing. If the fire department is going to have to manage all of the savings to that degree, the only way to address it from our perspective is to put 1/3 of that service down. I'm not really sure what that looks like just yet, and that's still something to be decided. But
if I could add to that, Bob, just to be clear, as it relates to the Harbor Enterprise decision packages, whether it's Tidelands or Uplands, there isn't a specific 5 or 15% strategy for the departments. Those funds we're treating differently. We have to, because only a handful of departments charge to those resources. Going into the fiscal year, the Harbor Tidelands Fund had just under a $2 million deficit, as well as the Uplands Fund. Both individually had just short of $2 million deficits on an operating revenue to operating expense standpoint. Harbor Patrol, as it pertains to Tidelands, is the largest charger of resources to that fund. They have the greatest number of operating personnel on an expenditure basis. So this cut wasn't 5 or 15%. It was operationally, how do we try to save money in the Tidelands? And even with the decision package, and I mean the Harbor Patrol decision package, the Police Department decision package, the Public Works Department decision package, and the Waterfront and Economic Development decision package, we are still at the end of that. If you took all of these cuts and we were able to achieve some meet and confer agreement with the Fire Association on how to manage this 1/3 reduction to operations, we would still have a deficit of about $1.1 million. So to put it in perspective, these cuts don't get us to structural balance next fiscal year. We're going to need to deficit spend out of the fund to balance under all circumstances. So just we were going to introduce that with a little more information when we got to these cuts, but just for everybody's understanding, we're dealing with a very distinct deficit in the harbor uplands and tidelands that we have to address separate from how we've managed the general fund services.
So, maybe what I was asking for then is actually going to end up being two different budget response reports. One is I want a specific response report on what that 1/3 elimination of the staffing of the Harbor Patrol Division and the required implementation of a revised operating plan, what that would look like for those 1/3 hours less, because that's going to be through all the budgeting and the speaking of the positions, what that looks like in the end to the end user down on the floor for the residents, really. That's what's important to me. And the second thing is what you just said was maybe we need to focus in on that. I saw that in the fund here for the Tidelands and Harbor Uplands. We're still operating at a $1.1 million deficit, like you said. What that deficit is, and is that due to the leases? I don't want to go too far into it. I want to keep this focused on the fire aspect, but real quick, briefly, I'll write this down and we can hit it later.
Yeah, sure. No, and it's a good question on a high level basis. It's a combination of mostly reduced revenues, given the state of economic affairs, and then what amounts to continued core expenses. So, and we're looking at balancing those two funds in a transitional way, just like we are the general fund. It's a tough order to ask to eliminate $2 million of services in the Tidelands and another $2 million of services in the uplands. As an example, the Harbor Patrol function itself cost the city just under $2 million a year in the Tidelands. So you could go dark with the HPO office and you'd be structurally balanced, but we felt that that's obviously too significant a step given circumstances. So yeah, I think we're going to want to spend, to your point, I think we're going to want to spend some time looking at the mini financial in the uplands and the Tidelands, walking you through the pro forma there, and really what we're facing, not just short term, but longer term, because those two funds in particular are going to be hampered revenue wise, perhaps for even a greater period of time than the general fund.
Right. I agree. It's going to be a tough one moving forward on that, and I don't see us getting a lot of new revenues anytime soon in that area. I was going through the portions of the key programs and assignments with fire on page 225. It has in here coordinate FEMA mandated disaster worker training for city staff by March 2021. It's 2,500 hours. Are those management hours, battalion chief hours, captain hours, admin hours? What hours are those? And do we not have our employees trained as DSW workers already?
So we do. Those hours are ongoing training hours, and they occur across the board amongst all of the employees, from management down to the lowest.
Okay, so this is just a continual training for all employees in the city of Redondo Beach, or just fire employees?
This is some fire and some an extension of other training to other employee groups that we conduct.
And who does this training in the fire department?
Well, certainly not our training division. I have one. That training, though, is occurring from the company officers to their people, and from administrative staff and the division chiefs to their company officers. And it includes whatever exchanges or training or teaching that we provide with any outside group. For example, if we go to an assisted living facility and we're conducting topics of training with them in these areas, it's topics like that. It's any kind of internal and external training conducted.
So we have fire captains going and training city personnel, say in community services?
Well, we have crews that will go and conduct these kinds of training on typically on a requested basis.
Okay. And so how many, Mike Wazanski, how many people are DSW qualified in City of Redondo Beach? How many of our employees?
Well, there's, I guess to put it specifically, all of our full-time employees, when they're hired to the organization, are informed that they are potential disaster workers, right? But I think what you're asking is...
Hold on, to that point, they do have that in their contracts, like LA City and LA County. When you become one of their employees, you are mandated to be part of that.
Exactly. You are a disaster worker. Now, your point, how trained are they and in what emergency circumstances, that varies across the board, right? I mean, that's going to be specific to job function. But the broader issue is, do we view our full-time employees as essential and disaster responders? We do. They might be doing different things, but that is part of what being a full-time city employee means.
Right. So this is really key here, and the reason why I'm focusing on this is, first of all, it's 2,500 hours. It's the largest amount of hours in here, other than complete recruitment and training by June 2021, which is 28,000 hours here. It's tied with another one, provide CPR first aid to all city employees and senior high school class. I mean, this is a lot of hours. It's a huge chunk of hours, and why I'm focusing on this is, you know, as a disaster service worker myself, I have spent over 30 days, 32 days working straight, where all those hours were paid back by FEMA. And LA City, LA County, and other smaller cities are taking advantage of the FEMA capability portion of payback of these hours, regular wages, 75 to 100% of the wages, 100% of the wages being paid back by FEMA. And, you know, heaven forbid, when we do have our next major disaster, earthquake, flood, fire, whatever it may be, we want these employees, A, trained up, and B, have the FEMA process to recover those funds. And so I'm looking at this, and if we're spending a lot of time on this, 2,500 hours, I want to make sure we're going to get our monies back and paid back on that. I'd like to get a really close look at what we're doing with that program and making sure we're taking full advantage of it, because if we're not taking full advantage of it, that could be potentially millions of dollars that we're getting paid back from FEMA, which is free money from FEMA, the federal government, to help facilitate our payments back. For instance, LA City,
free.
Their employees who are working, instead of taking furlough days, they're actually working these days, and they are moving the costs off onto FEMA, up to and including management costs of those employees. So there's a lot of money there that we are potentially missing out on to help buffet our financial issues with.
Yeah, just to add to that, Councilman, it's a good point. We track our hours under the FEMA guidelines similarly to the city of LA or LA County, and we will pursue every dollar we can. I'll have maybe Marnie speak to what our experience has been. Unfortunately, not all agencies are treated the same in the eyes of FEMA.
Right.
Larger cities, as you know, in the CARES Act, like City of LA and an organization like LA County, received a direct appropriations and allocations of funds in the billions of dollars. As a smaller city, we didn't receive that access. Now, we do expect any expenses that were directly COVID related or above and beyond normal staffing, so we do expect to be reimbursed for that that time and material. But we're not yet, at least under the current legislation and under FEMA guidelines, expecting to be able to recover costs for regular staffing. So, Marty, if you could speak to that. And of course, the HEROES Act that was passed by the House, which, based on my research, doesn't look like it's going to pass the Senate in its current form. And Congressman Lewis talked about maybe a direct allocation to a city like Redondo. If something like that were to occur, that might change what we could recover under the FEMA program. But as it stands today, I don't know, Marty, if you could explain what we anticipate in the form of reimbursement. You're on mute, Marty.
we are in the process for reimbursement. We'll get reimbursed. They haven't released guidelines that specifically describe what kind of supplies, if testing's included. Protective gear is overtime and part-time that would be reimbursable. We have heard, because we have a history of not getting reimbursement timely. I think our earthquake disaster maybe took like 10 years to get the reimbursement. We're being told that this one is extra long just because it's every state, every county, every local government is applying. And so they will, weed those through carefully and be real strict and not very timely in the reimbursement.
Yeah, I fully realize that it's going to take sometimes up to 3 years to get some of that funding back. 4 years. I've seen that myself. I see how big and thick the paperwork is, how you have to quite literally dot every I, cross every single T, do every little date, every little form, every single little spot. I realize that and see that. But, when you're successful at doing it and you've gone through the motions, you have the experience and you have the understanding what's going on, it makes it a lot easier the next time you hit it. And then you have that money coming back to you, even if it's a later date, you can use that money for something else.
For sure. And we're tracking our time as if, there's a chance we'll get reimbursed. We've been doing that really from the early stages of the emergency with this idea in mind. We are not overly optimistic. When it comes to regular staffing, we do think we'll get some money for one-time materials, supplies, etc.
I think, is there any way you guys can have a response report to figure out how much we should be expecting or thinking about what the process has been in terms of training and getting money back and see what we have in money back?
We can get you kind of maybe our best guess at what we'll see in the form of reimbursement down the line, and it'll be largely limited to those expenses that, under the guidelines as we understand them historically, we would typically receive funding. Again, if Congress passes another stimulus bill, perhaps a direct allocation changes our reimbursement hope, much like it did for LA City and the county. I would certainly love the city of Redondo Beach to see something in the, even the single 7 digits would be nice. LA County and the city getting $1 billion plus each, that was pretty sweet for those organizations.
Yeah, let's put our federal lobbyists that we have for $25,000 to work and make that happen.
Yeah, well, we'll do everything we can. We're going to try.
All right, thank you. That's all I have for right now.
Okay, Christian.
Yeah, so I'll tell you what Congressman Liu's deputy director said at my community meeting the other night. And Mike, I don't know if you remember the number, but the House of Representatives has passed a stimulus bill that would actually give money directly to cities that are smaller, like us.
And the number, Councilman, was 13 million that he raised at the meeting.
Yeah. So, but clearly, I don't know how much our lobbyists can effectuate our concerns, because it's really right now in the hands of the Senate. And then, of course, you need the president to sign that. So one hopes that the stimulus bill will be passed, and then we do have direct funds coming to the city. And clearly, I know and trust that our city staff is going to do whatever they can to eventually get reimbursed by FEMA. I want to go back to the BRR that was requested by Councilmember Narenheim regarding Harbor Patrol and add to that if possible. I think in having these discussions, it might be good to have a historical perspective on Harbor Patrol. How long has Harbor Patrol functioned in its current form? What did it look like before that? Have we always had a fire presence as Harbor Patrol? Did we not? I think just gaining some perspective as to what does that look like down there. If we're eliminating a third of Harbor Patrol, is that just overnight? It might be good to get some perspective on how many calls does Harbor Patrol respond to on a daily basis. I think anything that helps just kind of color the topic here would be super helpful for everyone. And then in terms, I guess, we do have two. We have. I don't think the lifeguards do anything in our harbor, but we do also have our police enforcement down in the harbor area now too. So what does that look like between the two? The police entity, the Harbor Patrol entity. I know Harbor Patrol carries sidearms, but I feel like we've had this conversation where state law has diminished the ability of what they are allowed to do down there. So I think if that BRR can just be a little bit just grown a little bit to kind of give a broader perspective, that would be helpful. That's it.
Yeah, we can do that. We can add some historical context and try to get you some operating statistics, calls for service, that kind of thing. And we can talk a little bit about, what sort of options we would have as it relates to sort of time of year staffing, time of day staffing, et cetera. But again, all of this needs to be in consultation with our association. We need to do this through Meet and Confer as well. We want to be collaborative on this as best as we can.
Yeah, and I'd like to add to it, make sure that you in the BR include the responsibilities of Harbor Patrol right now, what will not be provided during the hours that they're dark.
Right.
Because that's important that people understand that. Obviously, law enforcement's one thing, but rescue is another. And a lot of people are concerned about that. The internal service funds the allocations are based on both personnel count and space, correct?
Yeah, it depends on the category. There's a budget response report that we give you every year that breaks down the details by fund type. If it's an equipment internal service fund like a vehicle, it's based on departmental use and need. It's based on that particular vehicle's maintenance life cycle as it relates to tire changes, oil, the service that our maintenance personnel staffing wise have to provide. And if it's a more general overhead department, like say the human resources department or city attorney's office or the like, it'll be more of a function of the size and scope of your operating department and its impact on those services. So it might be for financial services, the number of paychecks issued. It might be for HR, the number of different recruitments might have a factor. So each of these operating funds, we try to use a methodology that as accurately as possible captures, typical need and use between the two shops.
So if that's the case and we're understaffed compared to previous years, or we're talking about understaffing compared to, why don't the ISFs go down for fire? They're the same.
They will go down. They are adjusted at mid-year. So decisions you make now that might affect personnel in the fire department that then run through the ISF formula would then be reflected in the later year. Now, some ISF charges are actually a year and a half in arrears because it's based on previous full year actuals. So not just budgeted, but it depends on the function and each of the different funds. So that budget response report we'll provide to you. And if you want to get into that detail at one of the subsequent hearings, we can certainly do that for you.
Okay, that'd be great. I've got a couple of, the mayor sent me a text. He had some questions. One was he'd like a budget response report on the status of the RCC quote.
We're planning to do that. Yeah.
We'll do that.
Okay. He also wants to know what's the value of, I believe it was in the BR that we got today, the value of a 1% reduction, voluntary wage reduction. I think it was $440 and it was $560, which included what, benefits and everything else?
$560 is all funds. So I think $440 for general fund and then another, $90 or whatever it is of other funds. So solid waste fund, tidelands, uplands, all the other funds combined.
Okay, so he wanted to know what's the value of a 1-year voluntary wage reduction for all work groups if 1%, 2%, 3%, 5%, and 10% reductions work?
Well, and we can extrapolate that from the BRR that we've given you today. So it just,
Multiplying by 2, by 3, by 5, by 10.
Yep.
Is the one that was sent out today 1%?
It shows 1%, yes. And what we'll do next week, this will go in the packet next week. We'll probably focus some of our presentation at subsequent hearings on the budget response reports themselves. So we'll spend some time going through the BRRs you received in the blue folder today as part of next week's presentation.
Okay.
Okay.
He also wants to know BRR, which shows one-time charges being used for ongoing expenses. And then he also wants to know about the PERS fund. Right now, there's what, 6.7 million in the PERS fund, right?
There is, yes, and we're anticipating taking a chunk out of that at year end when we close the books on 1920, because we're going to deficit spend in 1920 due to the loss of revenue from COVID. But our projections are that we're going to need about 1 to 2 million from that fund to balance current fiscal year. So we'll have somewhere between 4.7 and 5.7 million remaining that theoretically you could, if you wanted to, use in either this year as part of budget balancing or in future years.
Okay, well, he wanted a BRR that includes a range of projections for our future contributions based on the 20% drop of the stock market, so future contributions.
Yeah, and you'll get as part of our regular packages an update on PERS cost, future cost, our UAL, our unfunded accrued liability table. We can give you some conjecture on the impact of an earnings drop like that, but we won't have concrete data for at least another year from PERS. So it'll be speculative, but we will do our best in the BRR.
Okay, great. So those all relate to public safety. I wanted to bring those up. There's a few others that he had that we can bring up a little later. Whether it's, I don't know who's next. Is it Stephen or Stephen Proud or who's next, Joe?
Public library. We got to go back.
Susan.
Okay, Susan. All right. Yeah, library. So, Susan.
And then I wanted to also check in. We're doing okay for time. I mean, we're here as long as you guys want to go.
Yeah, technically we have an hour and a half left. I don't know if we can make it through, but we'll try to.
Sort of let us know at what point you kind of put your hand up and cry uncle. So.
Okay.
There's one hand. Okay.
Okay.
Put that lead in. Okay, Susan.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can everybody hear me?
Hey, Susan.
Okay. So we had 2 vacancies in the library department. One of them was a clerk position. The other one was a librarian position. That librarian position was in our tech services department and was over the department that does the purchasing, processing, and cataloging of our physical materials and our digital materials, as well as the systems administration of our equipment and our library automation system. So we've kind of parceled out some of that work with the remaining librarians. So those 2 positions are up for deauthorization. Our library commission had crafted a letter back in January, which showed that the Redondo Beach Library had the least amount of full-time staff of all the public library systems in the area, as well as the highest number of supervisees to supervisors, because we have so many part-timers. So it does hurt to have another cut. However, during this COVID situation, we have taken the part-timers off the schedule. And so we're just operating now with our full-time staff. So it's been, it sort of saved us financially during this period of time. And then we are also looking at a potential cost savings of $162,000 if we close the main library on Mondays, and then we closed the main library in the North Branch at 6 p.m. during the weekdays, which would be Monday through Friday at the main library and Monday through Thursday at the North Branch, because they are closed on Fridays at the North Branch. In reference to the person who did an e-comment about the students, I think they would feel that the most with the main library being closed on Mondays, because typically the high schoolers come over after school at about 3 p.m. and then they usually go home around 6. So there wouldn't be a huge impact with the evening hours, but on Monday afternoon, the high schoolers would feel that if the main library was closed. And I have broken down, I have figures for each of those closure of hours separately. And then we are looking at probably doing curbside pickup for a few months, and there's a rough savings of about $60,000 every year. We are just doing curbside because we can probably handle that primarily with our full-time staff. We're in a very uncertain environment with when we would be able to open fully, what those services would look like when we open. There may be some service reduction in terms of, we may not be able to hold programs, but there could be extra costs associated with deep cleaning the facilities and that type of thing. So, the library, I think, is in sort of just a very uncertain environment depending on what happens with COVID over the fall, basically.
So Susan, what do we do about the meeting rooms in the library? Those are well used. If we close at 6, how do we deal with that?
Well, that is an issue. There is a way for the city to use them after 6 o'clock, where Public Works closes up. We could have staff try to stay for if somebody was renting the room, we could try to stretch staff to stay in the building in order to close up in that situation. There is a way to block off entrance into the libraries and keep the meeting rooms open. However, there's no some library buildings now are built where there's really an external door into the meeting room, which is always nice. Ours aren't exactly set up like that, but you can lock the library and keep the meeting rooms open.
So the garage would also be open in that case as well, too?
We could arrange for that, yes.
Okay. Because I know those meeting rooms, I can tell you I use it for community meetings, and I know other people use it for different events or different, organizational meetings, right? So that's,
of course, that's a question of when those kinds of meetings will come back at this point in time also.
Very good point. I do wonder also, I mean, you say that majority of students leave by 6, but a number of people, their kids go there after school, they do homework, and then the parents on the way home from work will pick them up. And, I'm a little bit concerned that if we shut it at 6, some parents don't come home until 7. I know we're not in the babysitting business, if you want to call it that, or after school business when it comes to the library, but it is a valuable thing for a lot of people, for kids. That's their only area that they can safely and quietly do homework when some kids might have multiple kids running around a house or an apartment and they can't concentrate, and the library is a great place for them to do that. And if it's open until 8, it's great. If it's open until 6, that's a problem for a lot of kids. So I really am concerned about that. So I think, John, you raised your hand first.
I did. I just have a quick question for you, Susan. You mentioned the curbside service. Could you just explain that real quick? How does someone order something and how do they pick it up?
Well, the state just came out with guidelines that don't exactly match up with what my staff and I had developed as our plan. So we're going to have to see how we can sort of match those up better. But typically people could come to the library, they can put things on hold, or they can call and put items on hold. And then in the model the state library has, or the state of California just put out, they would make an appointment to come pick up their item. We were thinking about having just a time period where people could line up and come get their items. But that would be the idea. They would not actually enter the building at all. They would just pick up the item like in the lobby or in a side door, something like that.
Okay. And again, to make that order, they just call the library and talk to someone, and they can kind of set that up right now. Is that correct?
Well, we have not started yet, but we could start at any point now once we have an approved plan. And so they, typically now people put items on hold on the computer. So they put them on hold, and once they got notified, they could make an appointment to come pick them up or come pick them up during a certain time period. Or they could call if they didn't have computer access.
Okay. I have a number of seniors over at the Breakwater Village that are raring to go get the books. So they're waiting. But thank you very much for that. I appreciate it. That's it.
Christian.
Susan, so let's go back to Monday closures. If you had your druthers, what day would you close instead of Monday?
Well, Friday is not such a busy day, but Friday's closed at the North Branch. So I was trying to pick a day where at least one library was open, in town out of the two. And then if, we could do Saturday, but then some working people, a lot of times that's the only time they could get to the library. So it's not easy, to.
Yeah, I'm just, it might be interesting to see what your usage is and have a better understanding. And I don't know if that's, something that we should request a BRR for, but just really understand when, as opposed to just accepting Monday is the best day, if we look at when are people coming in, when are students using it, to Mayor Pro Tem's point, if kids are using the library on Mondays more so than Fridays, then maybe it is better to keep it open. In terms of the 6 p.m. closure, so Todd has mentioned that, and there's, Mr. Hensley has mentioned that being an issue. I'm curious, could you shift opening times and closing time? So instead of closing at 6, could you shift the opening time so you close at 7? I'm just wondering if there's a way to massage, what you've done, or did you pick that? What was the determinant in coming up with the 6 p.m.?
Well, typically we just get pretty quiet after 6 p.m. I feel like Redondo, shuts down relatively early, and it gets fairly quiet. But I will say, when I was working at West Hollywood, we did not get as much staffing as we had hoped. And so they wanted everyone on one schedule instead of 2 staggered schedules. And we went with, the staff worked 10 to 7. The library was open 11 to 7. And so now we work, the library opens at 10, we get there at 9. So that helped a little bit in the evening for people who maybe couldn't get there by 6 o'clock. We do have a lot of moms who come in the morning. It's a popular time. We usually get the moms with the kids in the morning, and then we get the after school kids right after school. And those are our 2 busiest times generally.
Okay. Well, yeah, it might be interesting just to see if there's any other information that might help us make a more informed decision, as opposed, not that I'm saying that your recommendation is right or wrong, but just to make sure that if we are making changes, that we try to do it as judiciously as possible. That's all. Thank you.
Susan, any idea roughly how much an extra hour saves in terms of this? I mean, I can just do back of the envelope calculations. If Monday is closed, and that's normally 10 hours, and then you have, could you do it that way where you look at it per hour, what's the cost to either keep it open or closed?
Well, for instance, the North Branch, okay, so the main library closing at 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday. Actually, it closes anyway at 6 p.m. on Friday. So if we're looking, main library closes 6 p.m. Monday through Thursday, is $55,000. So if we said 7 p.m., maybe you half that savings. And then North Branch closing at 6 p.m. saves about $16,000 a year. I mean, just because we have so much less staff that we need at the North Branch because it's such a smaller building.
So you said it would save for the main library about 27,000 by closing it at 6 instead of 8. Is that right?
So if you closed it at 6 p.m., you would save about 55,000 a year. So I'm assuming at 7 you would be saving about 27,000 a year.
At half, right, at half. And then the other one would be 8.
North Branch is the difference between 8,000 and 16,000.
So roughly $35,000 would keep it open an extra hour on those days. Roughly, I'm calculating right. Okay. It would be interesting to see a little more detail if we can in a BRR on I like Christian's idea of maybe opening an hour later, if that's possible. Just because there's so few kids that come in during the morning, I would think.
It's the little kids. It's the under 5s come in the morning.
But they could go an hour later versus, their parents are going to take them an hour later versus, the kids that are really needed who are left after school. I mean, I know I used to head to the library and do homework sometimes, and that's a tough thing when it's 6 o'clock, and that's tough for some kids, I think, especially when they come home to an empty house or their parents. For them, it's a safe place for them to study, and or do research for papers. So, okay, thank you. If we could find out more information on the BRR on an hourly basis, that would be great. So,
okay.
Thank you. Laura.
Sorry, it's on the wrong screen. Hold on. So, I just want to caution you. I get a lot of complaints that the North Redondo Library is closed on Fridays, and I get it from the little kids, like Susan's saying. That's a real popular program to have those little kids. The programs that they have for them, and the moms, when it comes to being later, they say the problem is nap times. So either way, you're going to have people upset if you do it either way. So I guess in part of that budget response report would be how many people are served on each one. Maybe it's something along those lines, because I get what you're saying, that it's a very valuable tool for students, especially the older kids at the high school. But in the North Redondo, I know that the young families really use those programs.
Or we could alter it. We could say at the main library closes at 6, and the North Branch library closes at 6, and
you could stagger them or something. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Just a thought when you're writing your BRR.
Okay. Cool. Christian, you still have your hand up. I don't know.
I raised it again. So, okay. And then Susan, you mentioned something that the Library Commission had brought up about, a comparison between us and other cities. And I just want to know, is that an apples to apples comparison? Was that a city of roughly the same population with 2 libraries, or was it comparing us to Hermosa Beach, which uses a county library and has truncated hours, or Manhattan?
It was done per capita. They did divide it up per capita, and per capita, they found we had the least amount of full-time staff at our library and the highest number of supervisees to supervisors, just because we have less full-time staff and then so many more part-time staff filling those holes.
Right, but from your supervisorial position, does that necessarily make a difference operationally? I mean, you can look at a city like Santa Monica that has an enormous amount of employees, and maybe they don't need them all, which is why they laid off so many. But, are you able to function, with the scenario you have using part-time employees and a certain amount of full-time employees?
Well, I think some of the issues we have found lately with having so many part-timers is that, of course, now we're in a totally different situation, but I think we lost a lot of that full-time staff after 2008, 2009, and it was okay. We had a lot of, they also were hiring PERS retirees. I think they had some PERS retirees as part-timers, which we don't do anymore. And there weren't a lot of library jobs, so there were a lot of part-time librarians who stayed on. Then as the economy improved, that became such a revolving door. It became very difficult to hold on to the staff and to really utilize them that much, because they would just be here for a short time and then gone. And it was just a lot of work hiring them and everything. We're just in such a different scenario now. It's just so hard to know what's going to happen going forward. But it was challenging. I mean, I think that we were very creative and we've done a good job at trying to strategically match things that, say, Palos Verdes was doing, and they are a library district, but I think they have something like 16 full-time librarians, and I've got 2 right now, so it is a challenge. We mostly use the part-timers to staff the customer service desks.
Got it. Okay, thank you.
Okay. Are there any more questions? Okay, I guess the next up is community services. Is that right?
That's right. Yep.
Oh, John.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. John LaRock, Community Services Department. I'm speaking on decision package number 17, which represents a 15% reduction for our general fund budget. The figure that is being cut is around $500,000. The general fund budget for community services is just over $5.7 million each fiscal year. So it's a combination of cuts that go to operations as well as personnel. Over just about 63% of our general fund budget is personnel. So the cuts are a balance between where we can make cuts, and ultimately the goal is to make cuts that the public will not notice ultimately, and that we maintain our services in doing. So we have across a great number of our internal maintenance operation budget lines, cuts totaling about $105,000. And then we deal with the personnel cuts that we're recommending. One of the cuts is a currently vacant position. That's a maintenance worker or a custodian in our parlance at the Performing Arts Center. That's vacant due to retirement in February. We've held that position open just to decide on recruitment. So it's fortunate that's available to us. The other 2 positions we're recommending for deauthorization are currently occupied by staff. One of the positions is the community services analyst, which is part of my administration team of 2 up at Artesia. But with that position, we have a commensurate position as in the transit division as transit analyst, which is a one switch. So we've certainly provided a space, if you will, for that employee to transfer to that division, transit being funded externally and therefore protected, if you will, under these cutting scenarios. But the other filled position is the cultural arts manager position, which is housed at the Performing Arts Center. That position manages the theater as well as our cultural programs, which include the public art and the historical museum. So the reorganization of that cultural department involves additional duties for the staff member at the Performing Arts Center, who's the technical manager. They are functions to essentially manage the rental clients, which has been done periodically over the past 2 decades of his tenure. And then the other cultural functions would come to my office, and I would manage public art and historical, which, as you know, I have experience in doing. There's also some additional one-time savings based on the projection that we have in terms of the senior centers not being able to reactivate for at least the first 2 quarters of 2020 based on health orders from the county. That's our most vulnerable population, so we see part-time savings in not activating the 3 senior centers and the commensurate savings of the part-time staff who would man those facilities. We're also proposing a temporary closure of the teen center. I say temporary because what we want to do is, again, syncing with what is a likely reactivation potentially of the school sites for in-class learning in total, and not a hybrid of in-class and remote learning. When the teen center is able to reactivate as any type of group interior gathering space, we want to reactivate it perhaps in quarter 3 or 4 as a rec center as opposed to just a teen center. So it can have teen programming, but it also has an emphasis on rec programming that actually is revenue generating. Right now, that's a non-revenue site, really. certainly doesn't pay for itself like many of our other enterprise facilities do. So we want to have user pay classes there. We want to have it available as a rental facility to the community, which we get a lot of call for, but we can't answer. And then also we can have other third-party recreation events go in there. We've discussed offline Beach Cities Health District and their Adventureplex programming in Manhattan, having some Adventureplex programming go on in the teen center, and just kind of reprogram that. It also will likely play a role in the planned dissemination of the community services staff from this facility at Artesia. As we need to disperse them, the teen center could easily hold some of our staff who focus on recreation and seniors, since Perry Park has a lot of those two types of activities. So like I said, in summation, it's cuts, that ultimately the public will not feel, and we maintain our services and continue to grow them and do more with less and keep going on and on. That's it. We'll have any questions. Thank you.
Okay, Nils.
Hey, Nils, you're muted.
Thank you. Sorry about that. Thank you, Mr. LaRock, for that. So just to be clear, you're saying that the public won't necessarily be seeing a hit on this, and that's what you said?
The goal here is to make the necessary cuts at the 50% level, but have the public not notice a disruption in services. Yes.
Right. Okay. So I'm particularly concerned about the teen center. It's tough being a kid nowadays. There's a lot of different pressures and a lot of different other things that are happening in the kid world. And with parents out of work, with with so many unknowns, that teen center, I think, is going to be a real benefit for the community as a whole. And it sounds like you guys are having that in place, or realizing that and really wanting to keep that programming moving forward, even though the teen center and the family services is funding will be cut.
Well, what we want to do is reorient the teen center into more of a recreation center. The teen center does not do necessarily a consistently robust business for the teens. It's a drop-in facility largely. There are some organized special trips and other events, but largely it is drop-in for study, but largely small tabletop recreation, a hangout, video games, television, movies, and things like that. The space is large enough that we could be allocating ongoing space for teen programming once the schools activate all of their in-class learning. As it stands now, the likelihood of at least Q1 full in-class learning for teenagers in our school district is unlikely based on the health projections now. So activating the teen center in Q1 to us is not logical based on the fact that all the teens won't be in school. What I'm speaking to is perhaps in the third quarter, when hopefully in-class learning is 100%, we have also reactivated the teen center to both serve the teen population, but also to generate revenue for the general fund with user pay classes, because what we need most of all is studio space and class space to run those programs. And if we can gain that and essentially pay for the teen activities and provide a revenue benefit to the general fund, that's our aim.
Okay. Yeah, it makes sense what you're saying with, like junior lifeguards is and all beach sports, beach camps along the beaches are canceled, right? So this would affect also, I guess, beach camps along the coastline that you guys have partial funding with. I guess you get partial funding from them is going to be affected then as well, correct?
Partial funding from the county?
No, from the actual programs themselves. I know when we spoke about this a few months ago, beach sports, for instance, we get part of their money.
But yet the county is not issuing any permits for any beach classes or programs.
That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is beach sports, we're not getting any money from beach sports or beach camps that are running through the city.
If we have sanctioned, we are not operating any camps on the beach currently. But when we are, and are through our user pay, we are getting 30% of the revenue from those classes.
Right. And what I'm saying is a few months ago, we authorized an agreement with Beach Sports, I believe it was.
That was the Perfect Day Surf Camp.
Perfect days for, there you go. I get them all mixed up. There's like 1,000 of them.
There are dozens, yes.
We're not going to see any revenue from that. And how is that going, actually, now that I think about it, how is that going to affect you guys since we're not getting any revenue?
Well, our revenue projections reflect, to the best of our ability, the cessation of all summer programming. The lagoon not functioning most likely, and then all these summer camps not functioning. We stand ready though in the event that we reach the stage 3 activation of some local sports and other camp activities. If those are in stage 3, we are ready to activate as many mini camps as we can leading up to whatever the start date of school will be, mid-August or wherever that falls. So whatever we can do to grab some revenue and help the parents out for childcare if they're returning to work, we're going to activate that if it's a week, a month, whatever.
Perfect. Okay, thank you. That's all I have. I appreciate that. Love that beach ball in the back, by the way.
Laura.
I'm a little concerned on your cuts. Thank you for working so hard to make those happen. How are your employees handling that? And I mean, you're going to have to push off a lot to everybody else. And so, like the tech person, how are they handling all that?
I have an amazing staff of part-time and full-time employees, as well as a number of really wonderful volunteers. They do a lot of things with a limited amount of resources. The affected staff have all been consulted on what these changes mean, both those who have a transferable position in the city right now, those who may have all their opportunities within the city, and they'll make their own decisions ultimately. The existing staff is very much aware of the operational cuts we're proposing, and other than the Performing Arts Center, they are of an amount that is, again, not operationally impactful to the extent that we are going to reduce our programming output to the community. There are larger cuts made in the Cultural and Performing Arts Center side, largely because it is shut down for the foreseeable future and probably doesn't reactivate until phase 4 or 5, which could be post-vaccine at this point. And also because we've had some contingency in those budgets as a backstop against things like unexpected overtime due to events or fee-waived events that we do at the Performing Arts Center from time to time, whether that's a state of the city or whatever else we might be involved in. So the staff will be able to function just perfectly. They are all aware of what's going on. During COVID, they have stepped up brilliantly into a lot of different new roles and have not skipped a beat, and they're ready to return to their normal functions when we have that opportunity. So I'm not concerned about morale or output with this presentation.
Great, thank you.
John, along those lines, how much money are we saving? I know that the Performing Arts Center tends to be revenue negative for us. How much are we saving by not opening until after January 1st?
Well, we are saving, again, the Performing Arts Center is an enterprise unit. What we spend is based on what we are earning, right? So the staff is not booked, the majority of them, unless they have an event to work. So what we are saving is largely the full part-time contingent of that facility as we sit here tonight. The full-time staff is still on and working on other cultural programming, but also working with the future clients. As we step into the beginning of every month, there is a future cast as to what events have to be pushed off. So there is a lot of clerical work going on now, plus the theater itself is getting some love as a facility while we're dark, so to speak, because it is rarely dark at this length of time. So we will be saving, but again, the savings of the part-time is reflective also in the revenue. So you'll get your budget response report on the Performing Arts Center next Tuesday night, and it will show our projected revenue just over $1 million and our projected expenses somewhere above that for a subsidy between $200,000 and $300,000. So that's great, and that's been our new traditional subsidy, which equals that of the Seaside Lagoon, for instance, which is a 3-month facility. So we're very proud of that subsidy, and that's with all the internal service funds. But on a one-to-one basis, the personnel and maintenance expenses and operational expenses of the center are fully recouped by the revenue when it's operating at a full capacity year. So really it's the internal service funds that we manage on an ongoing basis And I acknowledge financial services for combing our internal service funds for, a little more reality in the square footage, because like the libraries, big buildings have big ISF just because of square footage, even though they are non-usable spaces for the public. So neither here nor there, we just take that. But there's been a lot of good work in honing those numbers down so that the subsidy is based on true numbers as opposed to just big balloon figures where we're tucking monies.
Okay.
I know there's not a good answer to that, Tom. I'm sorry.
That's okay. Well, that'll be at a BRR next week, you said?
Yes, and I'll be happy to follow up with questions from there.
Okay. You mentioned the Seaside Lagoon, even though it's coming out of Tidelands and Uplands. Do you want to comment on that? Because I didn't quite understand the decision package.
Sure, number 31.
Right.
So this is really a financial paperwork adjustment. We are expecting, a gate revenue for the full summer season just under $600,000. Obviously, with the expected closure through Labor Day, there is no gate revenue. The expenses that go against the revenue at the gate for the lagoon, the 268,000 odd number, that's the staff and immediate supplies for the lagoon. So notwithstanding the public works expenses, which are their maintenance, some of the chemicals that they provide, the testing that we have to do under the water board permit, et cetera. So just the part-time and full-time expenses to run the lagoon for the summer is that 268. So we still have a deficit, if you will, to the Tidelands cost, which is that 330 number. So it's reflecting the imbalance between the expenses and the revenue in the Tidelands. And Marty wrote this for us, so I can let her fill in the blanks as well if she would like.
If she'd like.
She hears me.
So you're saying most of that 268 is just fixed cost? It's not variable based on people being there, but it's just fixed on people that are constantly doing maintenance and working on it?
Well, some of it is fixed based on running the summer season for the swimming. And some of it is variable based on the support of all the special events that go on there during the summer season at night and on other select times, which are public events, but are nonetheless supported by staff, but also washed by the revenue from that special event.
But I was always under the impression that we subsidize, the Seaside Lagoon in terms of to some degree.
Yeah, your financial summary shows the subsidy for the lagoon. If you have that handy, I will find it as well.
Yeah, what page is that?
It's going to be in your main budget. It's going to be in Joe's main budget document, I believe.
Page 41.
41.
41 is the financial summary.
Okay.
Yeah, so you see there the core revenue of 661 for revenue for entrance fees, and that also combines the special event rentals. And then you see the breakdown of personnel for program, which is essentially the community services staff. You see the personnel for maintenance, that's the public works staff. And then you see the M&O, which is everything from lifeguard chairs to, restroom facilities and so forth, supplies. And then you see the typical ISF and overhead charges.
Okay.
And the subsidy therein.
So if I may ask a real quick question. So where does the compliance with the water regulation happen and the chemicals and all of that? Does that come out of
Public Works carries that.
Public Works does?
It's in the maintenance and operations.
That's an engineering department function, part of Public Works.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. Laura, you have your hand up? Or is that from before?
Before. Sorry.
Okay. I think that's it. All right. Looks like community development is next. Brandon.
Yeah, maybe before we let John go, John, I don't know if you want to touch on the special event fee waivers. Can you touch on that one, number 24?
Of course. Decision package number 24. This decision package speaks directly to the waivers that you typically have approved during the budget process, which is to grant certain special events in the city with a specific amount of fee waiver in real dollars. Those can be realized by the event holders in permit fees, staffing fees for police, fire, oftentimes not public works. And so what we have not been doing in the past is providing you or the special event holders with a true accounting of the costs to provide and support for these special events. namely the public works cost in personnel and equipment, and as well as some of the administrative costs, which really would be a small percentage of some staff time. But given the financial crisis that we are in, and as we look to staff in the city to take retirements or, be out of a job, it seemed logical that we propose to you for consideration that the city no longer provide a monetary waiver of fees to the special event holders. Many of them generate a great deal of revenue through admission, concession sales, food and beverage sales, sponsorships, otherwise. And really, it should be a one-to-one exercise. If you choose to put on a special event in this city, you should be able to pay your way to do that and incur that services from the city, provide the wear and tear on our facilities and our grounds. So we are just proposing that special events take care of themselves. We will take care of them from a service point of view, but we are proposing a savings, which is a conservative figure of $31,000 to the general fund, and then tidelands of about 4,200, uplands of about 16,800. So obviously, again, I'm saying those are very conservative numbers because public works factors have not been included in the prior years, but we would certainly make sure that more appropriate billing is created going forward. And the model here is really based on inspiration from the Beach Life Festival. As you know, we have a long-term agreement with Sanford Ventures for the Beach Life Festival, and it's exactly the opposite. They came to us expecting and offering to pay for city services, city facilities, city personnel, damages, and they have, unfortunately only the one concert to date, they have made good on all those contractual requirements. So really, not that we're saying to do a contract with our special event holders, but really to hold them to the same standard, understanding that's the way the real world works, and we want to make sure that we're reimbursed for our expenses.
Okay. Anybody have any questions related to the waivers? Yeah, it looks like Nils.
The only question I had is these are special event fee waivers. They're not regarding building waivers, meaning if somebody uses a city facility, then we don't charge them for that usage of that building, correct?
Only if it's a building that we normally do charge for. So if you had a special event in the Performing Arts Center, we would charge you to rent that facility. But if you're in a park or a street, no, there are no facility charges. There are only personnel and equipment charges.
So usage of Alta Vista, usage of library, meeting rooms, usage of,
all the facilities on the master fee schedule.
Okay, so and that includes elimination of this as well? I mean, that includes this in here as well?
Includes what? I'm sorry.
That this decision package 24 does not include that. The library, Alta Vista.
No, it's not to eliminate any facility rental charge fees. It is merely to eliminate what is.
No, that's not my question. Sorry, let me rephrase that.
Sorry, council member.
No, it's okay. No, I'm sorry, I didn't rephrase that correctly. This does not include the groups or people or meetings that are held in city facilities, such as library, Alta Vista community centers, things like that, for free. Correct?
If any fee waivers are being given to city facilities, this is not part of that conversation.
Right. Okay.
So, for instance, your use of the Alta Vista community room for meetings is not part of this.
Right.
We're not. If you want to pay for it, we'll take that.
I've seen the prices. Well, Joe, if we could get some sort of report on the groups, I know we talked about this before, like the Redondo Beach Council Roundtable, I want to say, or some other group, the main library, and I know there's a bunch of other groups around the city, whether it's from Alta Vista to North Branch Library to Main Library, usage of these rooms. I think we should be including that as well and see how much we're giving out in that department.
Yeah, we can follow up. The roundtable meets at City Hall. City staff is on that board, as well as I believe the mayor is an ex officio, is a member as well. You've got the NRBBA that uses the North Branch Library. You've got the Chamber that uses the main branch library, although these meetings have not happened in person since the health crisis, and it's unclear kind of how they're going to be held in the future. But yeah, if you're looking for hours and
not necessarily hours. I'm looking for, if we ran it out for 2 or 3 hours, well, only not for staff hours, just if we ran it out at the usage for 2 hours and what that cost would be for those 2-3 hours on all those facilities, that would be good.
yeah, we should be able to follow up and get you some information.
Thank you.
Okay, I don't see, Nils, that's it. I don't see anybody else. So it looks like community development is next. Brandy.
Great, thank you, council members. So I'll be discussing decision package 18, and it's the Community Development Department budget reductions. The line items in the Community Development budget on page 268 show that pre-decision package budget. And when you look at that, the only changes in the pre-COVID world that we were going to have were the increases in personnel that are due to things like step increases, insurance obligations, and pension increases. Although I'm going to go over decision package number 5 in a little bit regarding those 5% fee increases, I did want to point out that the revenue increase would cover these personnel changes. And that 5% revenue increase would bring us just slightly under where our budget is this year. So with that, we would have to address the larger budget projection shortfall due to COVID to hit that 15% budget adjustment. But that decision package number 5 kind of goes hand in hand with this decision package. So for 18, the proposed reductions to meet the budget shortfall include cuts to the existing time salaries and planning by $31,000. These are not currently filled positions, but we were actually in the process of filling internships with this line item when COVID-19 hit and had to rescind filling those internships. This also includes reductions to the existing overtime budget and building by $5,000 that would have covered various overtime needs from time to time, including some for code enforcement. There was a small amount reduced from training like other departments in M&O, but the bulk of the proposed $118,000 in reductions in M&O is the contracts budget. So I'm just going to touch on that a little bit. The contracts budget covers such work as our archiving of our files and our affordable housing consultant. An example of a contract that we were actually considering using those funds for was the VMT contract. But right before we were awarding that contract was when we knew that there were going to be budget shortfalls. So we were able to, that particular contract could fall under the general plan maintenance fund. But typically that's the type of contract that would be under this line item for our expenditures. Because we did pay for the VMT and the affordable housing consultants out of the general plan maintenance fund, those funds are quite depleted and wouldn't be available for our housing element update. However, as you're going to see in discussion package number 43, that contract for the housing element update and for the residential design guidelines are going to be paid through the SB2 grant. We applied for that, if you recall, back in October. Those funds are covered, they mainly go towards housing, towards development of housing types of projects. So that's why it's specifically for those contracts. But for this coming year, where we normally would have had to pay for those types of contracts out of this line item, we're able to do that out of that grant funding in decision package 43. The final adjustment to expenditures to hit our 15% budget adjustment was to shift 2 of the currently filled full-time positions with benefits to part-time positions without benefits. The total expenditure reduction for this would be approximately $85,000. If we keep that revenue offset in decision package number 5, we are able to maintain these positions even at part-time, at about 30 hours a week, rather than the full-time 40 hours a week. By maintaining these positions, the operations are not significantly impacted in our department, but that covering our department responsibilities also requires us to have that the other two decision packages to offset. They kind of go hand in hand. So to accomplish the total reductions to meet the budget shortfall, this decision package and the two other community development decision packages would need to go hand in hand. Otherwise, we'd be facing some bigger cuts in staffing levels that might impact our operations.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any questions? Brandy, I have a question for you. And I'm wondering if we could do a budget response report on this. We've had an issue with enforcement of ordinances. And I know some other cities have actually outsourced some of the citation writing I've seen, or to supplement some of the citation writing, because we only have a few people that are doing this. It's a lot of pressure on you guys. Can we put together a budget response report to see what kind of impact that has on the budget in terms of revenue?
Yeah, I think, I don't know that it's going to have much on revenue, that we would increase our revenue from that. I think the bigger issue is that goes to that contracts line item, because that's where I think that would fall under, is we would contract that out. And that was exactly what I was looking at is, that's something we could utilize going forward. And now, because of where we're at with our, we're having to make those cuts. I think that's where it would land. I can, see if there's anything where it comes to revenues. I don't know that the citations do more, they probably do more with just compliance rather than they do for actually bringing in significant revenues. But we can look at that.
Yeah, I'm not trying to fine people to death, but we have, we've talked about a change to dogs in parks, leaf blowers, everything that's involved, and we're not enforcing things, and that's the problem. So it might you're right, on the compliance side, it might make it better. It might increase. I don't know what other cities do, how they do it. I think Hermosa does it partially. I might be wrong. But somebody does it, I know, in the area, and I think there's some cities in Orange County that do it. So if we could get a BRR on that would be terrific.
Okay.
Standpoint. Does anybody else have any questions for Brandy?
Yeah, in fact, I would say she really touched on, the decision packages. So 18, 5, and 43. I mean, this would be a good time if there's any questions about those as well, since they're all somewhat connected.
Anybody? Okay, that's it. I guess Stephen's next. So
Thank you.
Stephen, you're up.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Decision package number 19, what I believe is the shortest description and the smallest number of all of your decision packages tonight. And that's largely because the Waterfront and Economic Development Department draws very little against the city's general fund. So the $22,000 represents our 15% reduction against the general fund. And that's largely comprised of things like departmental supplies, training, meetings and conferences, memberships and dues, and a little bit of our professional services contracts. It's important to note that this isn't the Harbor Enterprise Fund. This isn't the discussion or time for the harbor component. This is really the portion of our budget which is charged out against the city's general fund. So happy to tackle any questions related to that. I know there'll be a bigger discussion down the road as we start to talk about the Harbor Enterprise.
Yeah.
Okay, does anybody have, sorry, Joe, go ahead.
I was going to say, maybe if it's okay, maybe Stephen, if you want to cover 26 and 27.
Oh, sure, 26 and 27. Let me just remind myself what 26 and 27 are. 26. So in Assistant City Manager Mike Witzansky spoke earlier about the deficits that we're facing in the Harbor Enterprise, roughly 1.9 million on each side of the equation on the harbor tidelands and the harbor uplands funds. There are multiple decision packages that you'll see here that are targeted to try to reduce those deficits. We never get to structural balance, and it's probably important to note that even in fiscal year 1920, we weren't structurally balanced in those accounts either. So we came into this year facing a structural deficit, and it's only been exacerbated by the COVID-19 pandemic that we're currently facing and the impact that it's having on the waterfront. So as our part of the expenditure reduction program to try to bring those two funds into balance, Decision Package 16 relates to our proposed reduction in professional services and contracts. And we would achieve that savings by looking at three particular contracts. One would be a decreased funding for real estate advisory services. The second would be a suspension of harbor contract auditing services, and I know there was a public comment on that earlier. We try to target 2 or 3 of our master leaseholds every year to conduct an audit on them. This would be a one-time suspension of that service for the year to realize those savings, and then we would re-engage the auditing process if funding allowed in the next fiscal year. And then the final item, 2 items, is a suspension of an on-call marine engineering contract that would not affect the capital improvement work that we currently have underway for marine projects. This would just be more or less an on-call contract that we have for engineering contract services to support our work. And then the final item is the suspension of the nuisance bird abatement, in other words, the falconer program. So by reducing those 4 professional service contracts, we would see a reduction to the harbor enterprise of $290,000, and you can see the splits between the tidelands and the uplands. Some of those are one-time savings, and some of those are ongoing appropriations. Decision Package 27 is the leasehold property management reduction. So most of you know that the work we do for 4 of our master leaseholds is conducted through a property management services, Leonardo Property Management. They basically do our property management for Pier Plaza, International Boardwalk, the Redondo Beach Marina, and Fisherman's Wharf. We have met with them extensively in preparation of this year's budget, and we believe that we can achieve a similar 15% reduction that we're being asked to do from all of the other operating departments as part of the property management services. We think those can be achieved in a few different ways, some of which we've already begun to implement. The first is adjusting and reducing the hours for third-party security. We have a third-party security services that patrols the waterfront, mostly in the overnight hours after the businesses close until they reopen the next day. We've been able to adjust that schedule to reduce the hours that are being allocated and achieve some savings there. The second item would be moving some of the janitorial services, which again are provided through a third-party contract, to some in-house employees. Those are employees of the Redondo Beach Marina, for example, who would be picking up some of those janitorial services. And perhaps the most important, and where we would realize most of the cost savings, would be installing automated pay stations in the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot, which would eliminate the need for a parking attendant. As you know, when you pull into that lot, it's a gated entrance and there's a person sitting in that booth. That's a very expensive person to sit there and collect the parking fees and make sure folks going in and out of that booth are paying. What we're talking about right now and have begun the initial investigation on is to expand our pay per space system that we use in the Pier Plaza and in the parking structures, to expand that into the Redondo Beach Marina and automate that system, which would relieve us from having to have a person sitting in a booth on a full-time basis. Now, that would require some level of enforcement, but mostly we get very good compliance in the garages, and we would expect we would get similar kinds of compliance within the Redondo Beach Marina parking lot. So if those savings are all realized, we would see another $290,000 to the harbor tidelands and uplands funds respectively. So I think that covers those 2 packages. Happy to tackle any questions you might have.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. One, you mentioned the funding for real estate advisory services. That's COSMA, you said?
That's correct.
Okay. In the Uplands Fund, I noticed that we took a really big hit, about 1.65 million, I want to say, or something like that. That's debt service. Can we get a budget response report on that broken out into which properties are being refinanced? Some of it, which is for the Fun Factory lease. Some of it is for refinancing of the entire leasehold, right? And then
Yeah, we issued debt last year, and that debt last year was issued to do two things. One, it was to refinance the 3 master leasehold acquisitions that we previously made. So those 3 leaseholds had a balloon payment that was coming due. So we were able to restructure that debt service to expand the amortization period to 30 years rather than face a balloon payment that was going to hit us in about 9 years from now. And then in addition to that, we increased the principal that was the subject of that debt to cover the buyout provisions for Fisherman's Cove Company, which included the Fun Factory and the Funfish Market. So we could certainly write that up. That's the short explanation of what that is.
yeah, I'd like to see detail because it goes down. You're almost down to $600,000 in the balance by the end of the year of next year, so which is pretty low for the Uplands, right? Or is that wrong?
Well, so the Uplands Fund, if we were to accept all of the budget response reports that you have in front of you, we would see that deficit shrink down to about $1 million, but we're still going to be $1 million deficit in the Uplands Fund, even if you accepted every decision package that's in front of you that related to the harbor enterprise. So I don't think we get out of a deficit spending situation. And it's also important to note, which we haven't covered prior to this, is that we will face a deficit situation that we were not expecting for this current fiscal year. Because as you know, down in the harbor, most of the tenants are deferring rent payments during the COVID crisis. And so what we are not realizing are rent payments for this quarter. Now we will realize the repayment of those rents next fiscal year, but in all likelihood, that will really only be the base rents that the tenants are required to pay. It does not include any of the percentage rents because there are no revenues being realized by those tenants. So we will see a true revenue loss to both the Tidelands and the Uplands account for any of those percentage rents that aren't being realized for the last quarter of fiscal year 1920. So you'll have a little bit of a deficit from that program, and then you'll have an additional deficit that will be part of the fiscal year 2021.
Well, I'm just looking at the fund balance of the Uplands as of July 1st, 2.6 million. As of June 30th of next year, 614,000. This is on page 25 of the financial summary. And there's some revenues and some appropriations, but there's also the transfer out of 1.65 million, which is debt service.
That's debt service.
So it's, for me, and now you mentioned the fact that we're not getting the percentages, the percentage rents. I mean, it's running dangerously low. The Uplands is running dangerously low because of all this.
Yeah, if I could step in here, Stephen, absolutely, Councilman. If we took no action, and that's why we've proposed cuts that we have, if we were to take no action on those proposed recommended cuts, we would be looking at the end of the fiscal year at the finishing fund balance that you described of a little over $600,000.
And that's where his cuts come in?
Right. So then you layer the cuts on top of that, and we put some money back into the fund, but still, we are not operating in a comfortable margin in our view. And in part, that's why there is such a gravity in us addressing the structural deficits in both the Uplands and the Tideland Fund.
Okay, great. The other thing is actually the mayor asked, reopening restaurants on the pier will help the Tidelands and Uplands. Can we reopen without approval from LA County Health Department? I don't know what the answer to that is, but he's concerned as well as I am about those funds. And is that a cold rail that we shouldn't be talking about?
Well, I see the minute you asked that question that the city attorney went live with his video. So I think I'm going to defer to Mr. Webb to answer whether the city wants to act in defiance of the county's order.
But there's one thing I would like to say first. The county did just put out an update this evening during our meeting that they've given the go-ahead to open retail at a reduced capacity. I'm kind of reading the summary that I received. It's all retail, including those located in indoor and outdoor retail shopping centers, may now open for business at 50% capacity. To the extent that we've got restaurants and retail on the pier. They didn't say you can open the pier, but that I'll let Mike say something.
So we can make the rules more stringent. We can't give someone permission to violate the county rules or the state rules. So whatever we do, it's still up to the county and state to separately make their rules, to make their laws. And that's the crux of the problem. We may not necessarily enforce, we may not have anything more restrictive. So we'd have to look at the new rules that just came out and compare those to their rules of the pier is closed, because it's not the city that's closing the pier. And so we'll take a look at that and certainly advise the city manager and others what can go forward. The council's done a very good job of directing us and staff to prepare for those days so that we can have things in place ready to go, like the TUP, like next week talking about street closures, that as soon as that becomes permissible under state and county rules, then we can roll that out and remove any city roadblocks. So we can't separately make something that's illegal okay, but as soon as that's removed, we can remove any of our city obstacles.
And Mayor Pro Tem, the only thing I would add is, and I may have mentioned this at our last council meeting, is because there are two parts of the safer at home order relate to two different components of the pier, we could find ourselves in a situation, and it sounds like we may be starting to tiptoe into that arena, where businesses that are located within the waterfront and in the pier specifically have been given some amount of leeway to open, but a portion of the safer at home order still has public piers closed. And so we have a situation where businesses, if the order would allow the pier to open, those businesses would have access to those visitors coming to the pier. But it sounds like the county may be starting to move, especially as it relates to retail, into a situation where small retailers can now open, but they haven't amended the safer at home order for the allowance for the public pier to open. So I think that will start to create some friction among our retailers and businesses down in the pier.
And that's the decision for individual businesses to make a determination. The county is actively enforcing its health orders. I have not seen any indication that the governor, outside of maybe on the beaches in Orange County, that they're taking enforcement action. So a business owner is going to have to weigh the risk if there are no city rules prohibiting it, no county rules, but as Mr. Proud mentioned, it might be a violation of the governor's safer at home order.
Well, I mean, you know, a lot of our piers ingress and egress to our commercial places. We could shut off the areas that are used just for recreation. Not referring to the International Boardwalk, but referring to more of the areas where people fish. And we still are in compliance of it. So I'll leave that up to you, Mike, to help us decide whether.
It's a brave new world, because that in the past, as I've mentioned, is something that got Manhattan Beach into huge trouble, where they cut off fishing after a shark attack. But the Coastal Commission, who was the ones they got in trouble with, has made it clear that this is a new day and they're going to not take action on things that they normally would. So I think what we should focus on is removing any obstacle, even the normal ones, that prevent the businesses from getting up and running. And then try and persuade the governor and county health to remove their obstacles. And we should do that as soon as possible.
Okay, great. Thank you. Christian, you have your hand up.
Yeah, well, I'll say if we can't get a carve out for Redondo Beach and our pier, which I know you've been trying to get, Todd makes a valid point. You know, if we kept the outer pier closed, the concrete pier, you know, where people go to view and fish, but we just allowed ingress to the area where the commercial entities are, you know, I would say there might be an argument for, is that really a pier? I know Mike is going to weigh in and say it is, but it, also International Boardwalk is not a pier. Kincaid's is, you know, well, that's a restaurant, so we haven't gotten that. But
Redondo Landing.
But I would just say we should be creative and we should be lobbying Supervisor Hahn and the supervisors, as well as DPH, to, if not give us a carve out, to at least consider apportioning portions of the pier that are truly commercialized versus just recreational to be allowable. So, but that's
if I may. So continuing that creative line of thought, we define our pier in our Muni Code, and so maybe a good referral to staff at the end of the meeting is to have, you know, temporary modifications to that definition of pier, to the extent we can find a creative way to both comply with the orders closing the pier, and yet, because our pier is different, and yet exclude, at least temporarily, the portions that you are most important to open. I have no idea if that will work, but at least if you direct us to do that, we can examine it. And
I will make that referral. Okay, Stephen, just a quick question related to number 27. So in changing up the way parking works and losing the operator at the entrance for the marina parking lot, do you really need enforcement if you keep the gates? You know, because if somebody, like a lot of places, right? You pay, it stamps your card, and then you take it, and the only way to have the gate go up is to insert your card. I know we don't do that at the pier because of the long lines that would, but you know, it's rare that we get super long lines in the marina parking lot. So just ask.
Yeah, just we talked about that. The model that we've been looking at would completely eliminate the gates themselves, so it would function just like the pier parking lot. And the reason for that, council member, is because in talking it through, the minute there's a problem with one of the gates, we have to have a staff member there to address it. So it's kind of defeated the purpose of taking the person out of the gate if we still have to have some type of a maintenance person around that has to respond to a gate getting jammed or a ticket machine getting jammed at the gate. We already have the back end software for the systems that we use in the pier garage. So our thought was we would just expand that system out into the marina and effectively remove the gates. This is still a work in progress. We haven't finished out all the details or thought it 100% through, but that's our early thinking on how we could implement that program.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, Laura.
Yeah, I also got that notice, and I haven't read it fully, but that they've loosened up everything, and they're loosened up at quite a big pace. And so the pier would definitely be one of those places where you could have outside dining. And I definitely think we should be looking at what our definition of a pier is. Like you said, you could block off the pier part, which is the fishing part, and find out what the definition of a pier is. And so we just rename it a mall. There.
For a short period of time.
Right.
Paper signs. Okay, thank you. Yeah,
oh, wait, I'm sorry. That was the Starkey comment. The real comment is, Stephen, I'm concerned about, you said that you were going to have in staff do the maintenance and the security, or security was just limiting hours.
No, security was just limiting hours. The property management company contracts with a third-party security provider. And so we would just modify the hours that we provide that third-party security. It would just be a modification to that contract. So yeah, we wouldn't have in-house people doing security work.
I'm a little concerned about, bringing back security because, you don't want to like cause more problems for our tenants. And then number two, who about the maintenance and the restrooms? And you said you were going to have marina folks go in and do that. Are you talking about public work?
It's a janitorial. So both of these contracts are contracts that Leonardo Property Management has entered into with third-party service providers. There are staff that are employed by Leonardo Property Management, in particular staff that work at the marina. They wouldn't be doing janitorial services where our public works staff do them. They would be doing some of that work in some of the buildings that are out there, such as Pier Plaza. It's a very limited scope of work that we would be bringing internally for those janitorial contracts. But we have the capacity right now with some staff that are down there to do that work and relieve a little of those service loads that are currently on those contracts. We wouldn't eliminate them entirely. We would just reduce the service load on both of those contracts.
I'm just concerned that we're cutting to public works and then we're going to be adding more to them as far as that. So if that's not who you're talking about, then I'm okay with that.
Yeah, it isn't. It would be staff that are employed by Leonardo Property Management. They're not staff that are public works staff. So it wouldn't be an issue for us.
Okay, super. Thanks.
Okay. Thanks.
Okay, I don't see any other hands up, so thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
It looks like, Ted, you're next.
We are. Thank you, Councilman and Mayor Pro Tem. Yeah, decision package number 20 is reductions in the general fund aspect of the Public Works Department. It is actually primarily a reduction of staffing, and that staffing is fortunately staffing that has either retired or is in the process of retiring. We have 2 of those positions that are in process of retirement. Their paperwork is in. One will be retired at the end of this month, and the other will be retired on the 20th of June. For the other 2 positions, the senior park caretaker positions, one retired approximately a month ago, and the second one had actually took a promotion at RBUSD to work for them. So opportunity-wise, that provided that ability to reach the 15% reduction with vacant positions. In addition to that, we are looking at reductions in Edison payments for the Lighting and Landscape Assessment District. Those are reductions because of a new rule that they've applied now. It's based on distribution pole credits. That means for them, they are reducing the payment for those poles or the charges on those poles that have other than just streetlights on them, so they have distribution and or transmission lines on them, and therefore they're realizing that reduction for us. In addition to that, we're looking at reducing some of the professional services contracts that we use for both things like speed surveys and or property appraisals, which are not as frequent, but they still add up to a significant sum of money. So overall, the reductions that are going to be realized in the general fund, you're looking at approximately $332,000. $242,000 of that would actually be applicable to the Lighting and Landscape Assessment District. So overall, that would reduce our subsidy there from approximately $977,000 to just shy of $750,000.
Okay. Questions related to this? I have a question. Some of the there's some defunding of EWIMP projects.
Yes.
Can you tell us a little bit about that? Will that keep us from doing some of the things we talked about in terms of those cleaning the bay and other things, or is it just, are there other funds that are coming our way?
Well, I think the EWIMP itself, and I'll let Mike sort of step in a little bit more later. Initially, we had set money aside because of our infiltration project that we were working on with the city of Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Torrance.
Right.
That project has basically been postponed. It is going through an MOU dissolution and a analysis of basically brand new locations to consider. During that time frame, Measure W came into the picture, and this would be a project that would be eligible for regional Measure W funding, that we would have to go through a solicitation process, and where we're seeing the reductions in the EWIMPs.
Okay.
Yeah, the only thing I'd add to that is we're basically taking advantage of the new Measure W funds, and we're paring our EWIMP effort down to just what we're obligated to do under the permit in a very minimalistic way. And we're identifying effectively what will be the next phase of EWIMP implementation, because things are changing with the dissolution of what's occurred with Hermosa Beach, Torrance, and Manhattan, along with clearly the regional board is having to make some changes to their entire permit structure because of the suits that were brought against them by Downey and I believe another agency as well. So I think a lot's changing in this regard. We're still doing our fair share. We're working hard on water quality improvement projects, but we're choosing to operate within dedicated funding sources rather than spend as much general fund money, discretionary money, as we've had in the past.
And related to the street lighting, we're not changing the number of streets and lights that are actually out there, correct?
Not in this proposed budget. It's more of a staff impact now. What we're bringing to you is a budget response report to talk a little bit about some additional cut alternatives or options you can look at that would speak to that question. You know, if we were to cut power on 50% of the lights, if we were to further reduce the amount of money available for tree trimming, et cetera. That BRR is going to come to you with next week's package.
Okay. Okay, does anybody else have any questions related to Public Works? Okay, thank you, Ted.
Absolutely. I've got the next one as well.
Okay.
And that's the extension of our vehicle replacement. So this is really continuing on from last year, if you will, because last year we came to you with the decision package that actually extended the vehicle life by a single year for all the vehicles. This year we're doing the same thing. Last year what we also did is we delayed the purchases of several of the vehicles that were slated for replacement in the fiscal year 1920. The only vehicles that were purchased, a small percentage of them, were for safety, and a handful of vehicles that were for Public Works. Right now, what we'll be proposing is to purchase those vehicles that were extended from last year, so they've already been extended a year, and they'll be being proposed for purchase in the 2021 fiscal year. The vehicles that were slated to be replaced in fiscal year 2021 are all being postponed or extended an additional year. Those are about 17 vehicles, adding up to about $1.4 million. In addition to that, there are proposed reductions in the vehicle replacement funds, the ISF basically. So as a result, with all the funds that are being reduced that contribute to that, we're looking at a 50% reduction for this year and for next fiscal year. So for the 2021 fiscal year and the 21-22 fiscal year, that add up to about $790,000 and change. The bulk of that, 500 plus thousand, comes out of the general fund. 33,000 approximately comes out of Harbor Tidelands, 13 out of Uplands, and about 232,000 out of additional other funds. So this is not only delaying the purchase of vehicles, it's also reducing the internal service fund that those vehicles are putting into the vehicle replacement fund for the next couple of years, as well as the extension or the delay of vehicles that were slated to be purchased this year by that one additional year. You know, I heard a comment about vehicles being purchased at MSRP, and I think it was one of the public comments that we have received. We don't pay MSRP on any of our vehicles. We do go through either a piggyback bid, which means other public agencies have gone through the vetting process for them, and or the National Auto Fleet Group, which really does this nationally in trying to get best fleet prices on any of those vehicles. We do, honor the council's request for zero emission or low emission vehicles. Those vehicles do cost a little bit more money, but that is the direction that the council has given us. And last year, if you recall, one of the key things that we did with the Public Works pickup trucks was to have them converted to become CNG vehicles, which are low emission vehicles. That was a substantial cost at that time, but we'll continue to go through that process as the council requests. So that completes my presentation on it.
Well, I will say, as a person who drives a a partial hybrid vehicle. I use mostly electric, but then I use some gas when the range goes past the electric. You save on fuel costs. You save on maintenance. There's less maintenance on electric vehicles than there are on internal combustion engines. And things like brakes last a lot longer on an electric vehicle with regenerative braking. So, I'm hoping not only does it make good environmental sense, it makes good economic sense. Even if you're spending a little bit more at the beginning, hopefully those vehicles will last longer and be in the fleet longer. So.
Right, and absolutely, anytime, any opportunity we have for administrative vehicles that are not necessarily looking for heavy duty pull or weight, we're exploring those electric vehicles, and we've got multiple vehicles on the fleet now at this point.
Okay.
And you'll receive budget response reports on both the changes in the life cycle extension that we're recommending here with this decision package, as well as the vehicles that we are still recommending for replacement this fiscal year in a later decision package as part of vehicles that have already been deferred.
Yeah, I know that, you and I talked about this. There was a balance at the end of next year of 9.3 million. Is that before any vehicle purchases?
Correct. That's before your appropriations for the purchases and before your changes perhaps in the amount allocated to the fund based on the decision packages just described.
Okay. Great. Christian.
Yeah, Ted, just a kind of quick recap on some of those comments that came in through the e-comment. So when we do purchase EVs, are we through the process that we do purchase, are we receiving any federal or state credits or no? Because we're bulk buying.
Yeah, I believe those are incorporated into the actual sale price. So yes, we're seeing the credits, but rather than that credit coming back into the city, that's a discounted value into the purchase of the vehicle.
Upfront, right. And then one of the other questions was just related, and Mike, this may actually just pan out in the BRR you said is coming, but they wanted to see greater transparency in the purchasing policies for the vehicle replacement. I don't know if that's part of that, but I'll just bring it up since it was here. And then, does it make sense? We did it last year. We're doing it this year. Does it make sense for us to reevaluate whether or not we extend this on a one-time basis or a permanent basis? Thoughts on that?
Yeah, a couple thoughts. One, we did a deep dive with the purchasing policies and procedures for vehicles with the Budget Finance Commission. It's almost been a year, not quite a year. There's a very specific program. Every vehicle type has a life expectancy. We've adjusted those life expectancies recently and extended them for many years. There have been concerns about perhaps purchasing vehicles too frequently. I think we have pushed now beyond the too frequently category and are now getting into perhaps a concerning life cycle for some of our vehicles, not all of them, but for some of them. Every year we bring to you kind of a status of our program, which vehicles we are intending to purchase. You approve those vehicles every year, which is very transparent. A lot of organizations wouldn't give you that kind of detail. But certainly, we're always evaluating whether or not it makes sense to extend the cycle and slow down the allocation by fund to the vehicle replacement accounts. This package really accrues those savings very quickly in a 2-year format. And that's helpful to us, at least in 2021 and 21-22, to help transition and balance this budget. We could slow that impact down by extending cycles more permanently over a longer term basis, but we wouldn't achieve as many savings early on as we're proposing to you with this change. So the BRR will get into some of that detail. Certainly we can change course down the road if we find that vehicles are becoming too taxed and are wearing at a rate that's costing us money rather than saving us money. But I think we've got a really happy balance with the fund right now, and we've really slowed down our accruals there over the last few years, and we're planning and proposing that we do that again this fiscal year. So we're pushing the fund pretty hard right now.
Okay, thanks.
Okay. If I could make one more BRR, I'm interested in the cost to have traffic calming, specifically fixed radar indicating speed on aviation at that curve. That's been such a problem. Can we find out what the cost would be for that? You know what I'm talking about, at grants and aviation?
Sure. Yeah, we can get you,
You're
we
looking
can
for
get
the
you that.
changeable, the radar feedback signs that would be pole mounted to be placed out there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, we can get you that.
To actually a permanent one rather than rather than a trailer.
And the CIP this year has an additional $250,000 appropriation to the traffic calming budget. So
Yeah, that's where it could come out of. Yeah, great.
Great.
Does anybody else have any questions for Ted? Okay, so we've made it around the horn, it sounds like, right? Is there anything else, anybody else that we're missing?
Joe, did you want me to jump onto number 28, the other public works component?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's the one that affects our Harbor Enterprise Fund. I know we were just talking to Stephen about that. That in itself actually comes down to 3 positions for public works. So as we talk about the impacts, those 3 positions, one has actually been vacant that we have been utilizing to help offset our needs during summertime. So we could hire part-timers to do so. The other 2 positions is one that was actually filled. The employee that was in that position did not pass probation and was let go a few months ago. He was under probation at that time. The third, which is really a good story position, because our lead worker was promoted to a supervisory position, and it's his position that became vacant not too long ago, and that's now the position that being slated for the reduction. So those are the reductions that are there for us. They add up as we see in the VRR. Can they and would they be impactful to the operations at the pier? Absolutely. Part of the impacts that we have out there is, especially during the higher summer month seasons, where we have more frequency and more needs for cleaning of restrooms, emptying of the trash, and making sure that the well-being of the pier and the supporting facilities are there. We will be addressing all the key things and shuffling our priorities accordingly. But one of the impacts could very well be that we're cleaning the restrooms at a frequency of 4 to 5 times a day. That may be reduced to 2 times a day, depending on those needs. Similarly with trash pickup in and around the pier itself.
Okay. Okay. Anybody else have any other questions for Ted?
One quick question. No, forget it.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Ted.
Thank you.
So, Joe, does that pretty much take us around?
No, we've got about 10 more. We want to be respectful of your time. So if the council wants to keep going, we can certainly pick this up again on Tuesday. We've got the public hearing continued.
We've got a good 5-hour run at this, I think. People's attention span.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I'd suggest maybe wrapping it up for the
Mayor Pro Tem, we still have a couple more e-comments that came in.
Can you read those for us, please?
Go ahead, Vicki.
Mel Samples submitted a comment. If 1/3 of the staffing at Station 3 is moved to other responsibilities, what does that do to the platoon schedule at FS number 3? Will we only have FS number 3 open 20 days per month? The other comments from Jeff Ginsburg, President of the Riviera Village Association. I am currently the President of the Riviera Village Association, and a goal that the RAV board has had for a few years is the city completes its capital improvement project, CIP, of replacing the old concrete sidewalks with the new pavers, as the updates make the sidewalks ADA compliant, while also making sidewalk dining possible, which then provides the city with rental income for the area's restaurants expand onto. The great advantage of this for the city is how it will result as a return on investment, ROI, while also making the village safer. Few CIP projects result in an ROI, so hopefully this can be a prioritized project for this budget. Thank you. And that completes the comments.
Okay, thank you very much, Vicki.
You're welcome.
Okay, can I get a motion and a second to continue the public hearing to June 2nd?
So moved.
Okay, let's roll call vote. Councilman Nierenheim.
Aye.
Councilman Horvath.
Aye.
Councilman Graham,
Aye.
Councilwoman MD,
Aye.
and I myself as well. And then can I get a motion to receive and file the budget response reports, please?
So move.
Second.
Okay, also,
Oh, we forgot to do referrals to staff.
That's later.
that's later.
That's later. Okay, sorry.
That's okay. Roll call vote, Councilman Narenheim,
Aye.
Councilman Horvath.
Aye.
Councilman Graham,
Aye.
Councilwoman MD,
Aye.
and I myself as well. So we are continuing a public hearing till June 2nd, next Tuesday. City manager items. Joe.
Yeah, the only thing I wanted to share is you're all aware that we opened up the west side of the Esplanade today, as well as the parking lot at the Hermosa border. So I wanted to just pass that along. We've gotten, positive feedback on that, and we will certainly look at the updated county order and understand there's a referral coming, but we'll have the emergency orders item on the agenda as a follow-up next week as well.
Okay, thank you. Great, and then let's combine any announcements with referrals. So as we go around the horn, you can say both. Councilman Narenheim,
I have nothing to report. Thank you.
do you have any referrals?
I have no referrals. No, thank you.
Okay, Councilman Horvath.
Yes, just a shout out and thank you to all those as it relates to Memorial Day, which passed yesterday, since we weren't able to have an event down at Veterans Park. And then I'd like to make a referral related to the pier and the current closing to have staff or the city attorney's office look at the municipal code and see where we can make either temporary modifications to the definition of what that is in order to try to help out our commercial entities.
Okay, do I have a second on that? Wait a second, is that Laura?
You can do it. You can have it.
Okay, second. Okay, roll call vote. Councilman Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilman Horvath.
Aye.
Councilman Graham.
Aye.
Councilwoman MD.
Aye.
And myself as well. John.
Sure, thank you. I have one referral to staff. I was wondering if we could get a BRR on the status of our cannabis task group and where we are with that, so that we can start to talk about that as a revenue generator potentially for our city.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, roll call vote. Councilman Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilman Graham.
Aye.
Councilman Horvath.
Aye.
Councilwoman MD.
Aye.
And then I myself as well. Councilwoman MD.
I'd like to make an announcement tomorrow. It hasn't made it a big deal, but tomorrow's going to be the first time in 10 years that Americans will launch into space from American soil. It's going to be a huge deal, especially for Southern California, because SpaceX is working with NASA to do this launch. And so at 1:33 p.m. tomorrow, everybody should stay tuned, take a break from COVID for a second, and actually watch something pretty remarkable. At least I hope so, knock on wood. There's a 40% chance weather might not cooperate, but definitely don't want to miss this one. And
Vandenberg, so we can see it?
no, it's in Cape Canaveral.
Oh,
And
okay.
so
So we won't be able to see it live.
you'll see it on TV, kind of a thing. So kind of exciting stuff. And so I just wanted to do a shout out to all SpaceX employees that live in Redondo. Congratulations, and I wish you much luck tomorrow.
And there are a lot of them, so thank you. I just have one announcement. That is the next District 2 community meeting will be this Thursday, 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. If you have not received an email or a reminder from me, email me and I'll send you the Zoom link. So that's it. So can I get a motion and a second to adjourn to next Tuesday, June 2nd at 4:30 for beginning before closed session, and then a regular meeting at 6.
So move. Motion to adjourn to next week.
Second.
Next week, Tuesday.
Okay. And John is the second? Okay, roll call vote, please. Councilman Narenheim.
Aye.
Councilman Horvath.
Aye.
Councilman Graham.
Aye.
Councilwoman MD.
Aye.
And I myself. We are adjourned. Thank you, everybody. Out at 8.
Good night, all.
Good night. Cheers.